Sorry about that. I didn't realize it was unmuted. And I have Twitch up in the background. That's like over here on the side. I'm surprised my phone didn't go through. My phone's muted. At the moment. So here's the deal. I have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth here, but the moment I launched it up, and I know that I don't have to, but I feel like I need to play Reunion first. Just double check. This is even, sometimes I don't know. But yeah, so it says it's not muted. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy VII Reunion Crisis Core first. Plus on the 7th, if there's any, like, anything worth playing, Spider-Man 2 again over, then I might do that. And in April, if everything goes to plan, at some point in April, well, April actually, I'll be working on my vehicle. So I'm going to assume May. So if everything goes to plan, then May, or the beginning of May or the end of April, I'm going to not be around to anywhere that I'll have games, so I can stream. Going on an unknown adventure, which I have not 100% decided what the hell I'm going to do yet. There's like so many choices, but which one's the right choice? Trying to figure that out. What's the better choice? Or what's the more secure, certain choice? It's like, even when, like, it reminds me of the side things I do, like, if I'm creating something, do I do my IP? Do I do someone else's IP? Like, what's going to help me more, I guess, and also, but others that are interested in that stuff. Multitasking is mentally exhausting. It, it has, I suppose, has started to take its toll mentally. Everybody has their own opinion on what morality is and all that other shit too, what the right thing to do is, what the wrong thing to do. And let's just say I'm not always the best when it comes to the whole lying thing. Like, even white lies. And so it kind of makes it feel like I'm going to war with myself on that, because I feel like there is only one truth. I don't believe in new truths. That's what I'm saying. I don't like. It just sounds absurd. Sounds like a paint job. Like sounds like makeup. You know, it's like at the end of the day, it still has ingredients in what it's made of, right? So it's still more to it, which is still the actual truth. And then to call something a new truth just because it's a formula to try to make someone forget something that exists just to get by feels kind of like, it feels kind of defeating. Like it just starts wailing at you because it just does not feel right. To try to find an understanding of things in life. I think it's getting worse out there, everywhere, when it comes to that. I think people are getting lost and accepting it and being okay with it and going from that. But the problem with that is if you don't pay attention and you let go, then you are allowing yourself to be murdered or some shit. Like, it's like, imagine if you just got behind the wheel of a car and just decided, I'm not going to pay attention. I'm just going to, like, why measure? Why rule? It's like, sure, if you want to gamble, then and cops can be assholes just as much as they can be helpful. So you can come across all sorts of shit. I've never actually... yeah, so I don't know what they're talking about when it comes to help, but again, I also believe that there's... what one person calls help isn't help for someone else. Like, not everyone is the same when it comes to that. Sometimes help is too vulgar to even fucking mention. It's like, ask for help isn't enough. You gotta be specific. Ask for lust. I mean, you train your mind.
Arthur said the blight had spread even further south, pushing yet more monsters down with it.
But it's only like, you know, selective suffering, selective pain. They say you suffer, choose who you're gonna suffer for. And you know, like if you knew who you could trust 100%, it would make life so much easier. If you wanted true love, how do you know the other person really wants you? Attraction deceives. I don't really believe love is blind. I believe we all know love is deep down. It's just... I don't know. Lust. Attraction. What? Anything. People talk a lot about sight. What kind of sight? I mean, if it says smells, people who see and smell with their eyes. It's over.
down. It's over.
I've heard of this Love is Blind show. I've actually never watched it. Well, I've seen ads and maybe a minute, but
Stay
it
down.
was like I think most of that stuff is not real. Something tells me. I feel like it's just a bunch of like they just randomly pick like I don't know. Do they just randomly pick like the worst possible people on planet Earth? Then again, on a reality TV show, find the true love. An interesting choice. It also sounds like another.
Stay down.
I can't believe it. I mean, Love is Blind. So the talk to an avatar to a picture. You can even have a picture. You can have a picture. Just like test people out and talk to a picture. That just texts. You never hear their voice. So, gotta know. And I've never seen it. Can't swim? Can't go in the water? Apparently not. Just those. Like losing hope. Or becoming more emo every goddamn day. Lots of beauty, lots of attraction. But guess what? Pretty sure none of that matters. At the end of the day, it takes two. Or you're an evil bastard. Super deceptive ability. I believe in that. I've seen some photos that would totally talk about that dark evil shit.
Stay down.
Numbers on the mind. Mean nothing. It's valueless until it's granted value. That value takes value. Just thinking about that shit. But I think it's a very powerful question. A lot of the shit that I think about and 90% of it I don't actually share. If I did, I'd be having full fucking novels online. My life story, just by itself, wouldn't fit in a, I doubt it wouldn't fit in a book. A show would have to be like every single detail. Like something gotta give to just make it fit. Write up all your fuck ups, all your successes, and put a question mark on all of them. Because I don't know. I guess I'm too busy trying to tear things apart, and I guess part of me feels like I'm some kind of fucking teacher. It's like trying to teach other people. Like a lot of my content, I feel like is all about dissection. You create shit like this, or come up with shit like this, and yeah, it's like the writer of, someone who writes a horror story. You can only do it so long without it affecting you, I'd imagine. You're just immune to it. But then it's like you're guilty if you're immune to it. You're a psychopath if you're immune to, like, murder, shit, and demonic entities. Like, start talking about, like, Dragzar, Witchstar, like, not being interested in material objects and only interested in your fucking soul. Like the living Necromonicon. He was never designed to be a good guy. I designed him to be, like, to come from a good moral reason. I mean, to come from where, I guess, I mean, for somebody to put a bit of themselves into another person and then to lose that person that isn't dead. I mean, Ocean lives for a very long time. But still, they're not. And then the way he goes about it, though, later on, it's a very horrifying tale, but also beautiful. Because I've always envisioned this entire universe, and oh yes, it's a fucking universe with galaxies plural, but and the past couple of maybe years, I've been trying to water it down into a galaxy to simplify it. Truth is, it's not simple. It's fucking it's a complex. It is much bigger. Than, and you pick a part to go with, and it can literally destroy your, it's bigger than a self, much bigger than a self. And there's, species and aliens you're designing from the ground up, plant life from the ground up, religions, timelines. It's taken on a lot for not just, you're talking about timelines on not just worlds, but how life structures work differently, because I was obsessed with making each basically system have different time structures regarded to the, like, the way their dwarf star was. Like, in my mind, I saw each sun like different, and black hole, to red, blue. even like different types of like, uh, and some hotter than others, and like these systems and how they would function, and all this stuff was just, I felt like it was very crucial in the background. I was designing all this shit, and it's just like you take on all that and the environment, and you have to pick, you know, if I don't know, it's there's so many stories, and it's like just to choose even, what you would push out first from characters that, sometimes I think my first world I should focus on, the first world I ever created in that universe that's in a galaxy, that's inside a system that is actually a black hole system instead of a sun, but it's like a black hole sun system that, you know, I always saw like being trapped, and not being able to leave a world where you are fucking trapped on this planet. And I always looked like Earth was hell. Yeah, right. So Earth is hell, and hell is, you know, basically made up of demons that some people could see, some people can't. But they're all different. Some that have been named, but their names are different, and some that a name would never hold them because they could distort and destroy anything you even try to define. And I would call them the micro demons because it was like particles, and every light cycle was like a portal. A little bit of light was enough for at least one particle to go through that portal, and it would, and you how you could recreate genes and cells in the human body. It ain't the human body with that. When I was doing that, it was more the soul, the actual, more of a non, non-physical, that where it enters, how our minds are like fucking miniature lights going off constantly, the active parts, because if they're not, then you're brain dead. You're, in a fucking coma at best, maybe with a few lights. It's like if you take on so much data, but your brain capacity has to figure out how to fucking handle all of that data, right? You can have a fucking stroke just trying to comprehend your own goddamn creation. So my first ever story was called The Demon Diary, and chapter one, The Devil's Mistake, it was always designed as a bringer of light, uh, being able to be a god, and to show that even the bringer of light is a god that was permitted by the higher up, what I call the Almighty, and how even a maker, a creator, could create something that would take on life that would go up against the devil itself, because this bringer, the bringer, what the fuck is a bringer? If I would come gift you a present, is gifting something a present, or taking something, the bringer of the taker, the bringer of takings, the bringer of, there's, it just keeps going on. The bringer of light, you know, and all the particles and all everything comes in these portals of creations, and it's like this, this holy, like if holy was like a bunch of different potholes that led to like, but these potholes were like fucking portals going through and just like completely taking over your mind. We've been told our entire lives, that's what I said about character creation. That this is what's so, the what it's hard to explain, but I've done it. I have tried to explain it before, but you take a character, and a character, when you're creating a character, you actually learn that it's a lot like reality, like real life. It's not fiction, even when it's fiction. There's very non-fictional things that you could learn about creating a character, just a character alone. You learn about creation itself and ask the question, what the fuck is this? What the fuck did I just do? What the fuck am I doing? And, you know, there's people who mimic art or like will take art and draw someone else's art. I find that incredibly hard to do. I, when I draw, I can't draw if I'm like looking at someone else's art or trying to memorize someone else's art to draw. Like, architectural drawing is something I can do, but usually a gardening draw where it just kind of turns into whatever it's going to turn into. And usually it shows that kind of the truth, shows kind of like how my mind will go from one place to the next. And it's just like this everything eventually just becomes psychedelic art. You could start creating something and then it will turn monstrous. It will warp into something monstrous, which is why lately I've been looking at horror. It's almost like weird because I was posting. I feel like I'm like, oh, well, in this Final Fantasy, and then other people's stuff, and then as well, but also other people's stuff, and then showing my stuff, like hinting my stuff, really, not really, but hinting certain things, and it's like maybe horror is the right entry. It's just like it's easier to just warp the fuck out of things. And what psychological shit that people go to watch and you believe in, and all these monsters and demons and shit. It's like that's as easy as breathing for me to even conceive an idea like that. And so but it takes a lot more because you need people, and I'm not always around the right people, and and I don't ever truly know when to go. I guess there's certain things and how to approach things. It's your work. If someone made the Matrix and then they just got taken away by their own creation, you know, to the point where they're like, okay, is this conversation even gonna be effective? It's like you could just start questioning if you know if it's even gonna have an effect. It's like, well, you just go do it, and it's always gambling, and I don't like gambling. I feel like gambling is like asking is like wanting to lose 100% on your own creation, I guess. But is it winning? See, that's the thing, because I don't think it's winning either. It's I don't know. I think possibly like the war can be like a holy war, like religion, being religious deep down. questionably, and then taking on some of the most like questionably unholy content is going to be much more difficult for that person who is able to create this stuff, but and interact with it, but also be affected by it, like to the point it's like creating a stalemate, and it's to the point like, it's like putting yourself under the Imperious curse, just casting the fucking Imperious curse on yourself until you do something, whatever you just like, and then you also question like, why would I jump? And then it's like, it's like jump, run. It's like this instant, just run, and then it's like, but why? Like, why am I doing this? It's like the reason just starts to destroy the action. It's like, I can't even remember the last time, I don't know. It's weird. It's almost like it's so controlled that, and so used to, you know, what knowledge the shit that I've discovered, that's almost like being cursed by knowledge itself, but also cursed by, knowing that no matter what you say, or do, can have an effect on people, but it also cannot. And it's this thing about the creation of, should it have an effect on someone? And like, what harm it will have ultimately if it does. But then it's like, well, that's power when it comes in wave, like, and it's some unholy trinity that's like, you know, sending people in the entertainment industry to come worship horror films, and you know exactly what you're doing, and you know that a part of you, as easy and as you could do something, but there's also part of you that hates what you do. It feels like communism, but if communism was, you had to go based on your skill set, like you had to work on your skill set, but your skill set particularly was not what you enjoyed. I grew up around actually communism, inside democracy, a type of it. Then, if that's the case, where you have to, take on a job just for the sake of having a job, is is that not communism? Even if if you can do it, sure you can do it, right? But it's like, but also it's like I'd rather not. At the same time, but it's there's things that you would rather do, like live happily ever after, and do the thing that 90% of fucking humans can't even 100% do. You know what humans are doing, I've noticed, is the self-love thing. Because it's all they can. Because if they invest in anyone else or love anyone else, it's all a programmable risk take game. It's like this whole construction, it's like of guarantee loss, mostly. You could fall madly in love, but suffer significantly. And then it's like, it's no longer, it's just a transaction. It's a trade. It's a transactional trade, right? And it's it's a, fascinating because there's what you want and what you don't want, but what power and questioning, you know, but everything feels, with all the power in the world, even like the sense of having a character that has all this power in the world, still can't create permanent change. There's just nowhere in existence where permanent change or permanent success and having everything temporarily and having the wisdom that tears everything apart and creates things. It's like the constant cycle of create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. It's like help, don't help, help, don't help, help, don't help. And it's like this constantness of more than one fucking thing. And you could, you create something that won't stay ever. It's this whole design, but then you look at what the world, and let's say you just let go, no wheel, let's say, and still there's that interstellar suspension where you're always, no matter what, still knowing. It's the curse of knowledge, but it's also the power of knowledge. And imagine if you knew, like, what a particle can do and where that particle could go into the future, and every single, you know, path that the future would become. And then it would only be cut. You'd see one future, and then it's like, I've never read the Dune. It's how many things have I felt or have said, but have never been around people who are ever interested in shit that I would have, you know, or ever read or anything like that. It's just like the ability to pick up things, and it's while being in a dark room full of nothing, or just having two screens on, three screens maybe, but they're always having maybe just one thing on each screen. But on the screen ain't telling me, they each could tell me something different. But if I want to read into them, sure. But it's like the things that you read off the screen as well, and the things that you're seeing, visions that you could see, that, and next thing you're like, you know, creating and destroying. It's creation and destruction. From being a kid, fantasizing, I couldn't even read the Harry Potter books that without recreating and destroying things. I would look at these things, I would obsess over them, and I would see, like, and ask questions. Like, I even went as deep to the dark side. Like, what if I wanted to create a Horcrux, but what if I could discover how to make a Horcrux without killing? I'd ask that question. I'd be like, what if I could destroy and rip my soul to hell and, like, put it into items that would cause you to live forever? And it's like our character is just doing that. And I thought about all sorts of shit. I look at different types of things at such a young age, and I was always creating and destroying, and constantly. And it's just, it's an interesting, miraculous thing. I guess. It's, just to talk about it, it's like a war of selection of where to begin, how to translate as well. And it's Barnes and Noble. Walk into a store, I feel like I'm reading every book all at once, or I'm trying to. It's I feel like I can literally be a weirdo and just absorb these stories by simply just being in their presence. Like I read them, let them read me, become one with these stories that I've actually never even took off the shelf and read. That's the fucking strangest part about a lot of things that we experience in life is that people try to create something, an explanation for things that is just, it's like it's normal. It's normal. Tomorrow, it's just normalized. Wake up, becoming, it's like a constructional idea. You could wake up and you could fixate on something, patterns, or create something, an idea structure, right? But when you're doing it by yourself and you're not, and you're supposed to be all strong, and it's just like, if you were, then why the hell would you ever need love to begin with if you're so capable of independence? So it's just like there's, you start to like, I'm just doing everything my entire life. Then what? So it's like this program, but it's like, well, do you like it? Do you enjoy it? Hell no. I hate just sometimes just fucking waking up alone, right? So it's, but then it's like, well, it's good for you. It's strong. Think about it like that. You could, you know, be on your own, be strong. I don't know. It's like fucking, I mean, everything that we learn in school is just from someone else's fucking design to begin with, So it's someone else's creation that's teaching us. And we're just supposed to absorb things, social studies, English, just absorbing other people's creations. Like English, networking, supposed to, and it's like, well, yeah, you can do this, but it's also like, since when has obeying the rules ever fucking helped me? It's like, and since when has breaking them ever helped me? So, but it's like, well, breaking them at least gets a little more freedom, right? It feels a little more free, like when you're being bad, right? So I guess to whoever the fuck is making up laws, but depending on if you believe in it or not, like if we like followed everything, imagine like if the world arrested every single person for playing a bootlegged game or watching a bootlegged movie or it's like or rip music. It's like Jesus, you'd be throwing like a big chunk of the world in fucking Azkaban and you'd be throwing them in jail. Feeding them their souls to the Dementors to break and design. It's it's again it's very sad at the same time, for sure. If you could see the future, then you'd know that, there's, well, how would you see the future? If people are transmitting, let's say like there's hive mind and we're all telepathic or some shit, then we'd all be on this network that wouldn't be able to tell the future. It would just be a bunch of people fucking being able to talk without ever talking, communicate. But it's just like, but then it's like, or knowing someone's mind to the point they could like design, submit, and create a person, so and like, how would you be immune to something like that? It's like, well, Vampire Diary, that shit, a saying I used to say, Vampire Diary, that shit, because it's just like, who needs to feel anything when you could evolve and be infinite with zero feelings? So it's like, and it's like, well, if you hurt yourself, all the stories like I see where you hurt yourself, all of a sudden it's like, well, you won't know, if you cut your finger off. That's not how that works. Like, I'd know that my finger was cut off if I couldn't even feel it was off, because I'd still be able to fucking be able to intellectually process that, right? I'd be able to think about that and know and, observe and study. Like, you don't need to feel your fingers missing, technically, to know that your finger is missing or you'd have a burn. Like, seriously. It's like this forget me not blues. A lot of music is like almost designed to be abusive. It feels like it's just like it is designed to, if you read into the lyrics, like, who is this for? The same thing with horror movies. And yeah, I know how to do shit, like create scary shit, but it's still, like I said, I can still question my own damn skill set. So it's just like, it's asking, what the hell does this do good? What the hell does it do good? What does anything do good? Like, what makes something good? You feel something? Because when I look at this game that I'm playing right now, I feel nothing. Zip. So it's just like, knowing plays a big, you know, transmission or transmitter into a lot of things, I suppose. Like, it's like this saying. Remember when I was in middle school and I asked this girl out, and she said to me, I don't know you. And then I was like, that's the first time I ever heard that. And I remember being like, okay, well, what's that mean? I remember being like, I was genuinely curious, like, what the hell does that mean? But I didn't ask her what the hell that meant. I was asking myself, what the hell did that mean? Instead of or asking in general what the hell that meant. And so I was like, well, knowledge, isn't it an interesting thing because someone said something where you could look at someone and like read this person and it will start to become you, right? Or this character. You could start absorbing or possibly, right? I guess. But then it's also not true. It's like it's also a lie at the same time. Like that's the thing. Like the ultimate creator, it like it just feels like also the ultimate destroyer. It's like no matter what something is defined or what it means, at the end of the day, it's just doesn't matter until it does. Like construction, it's you can read into something, you could have crushes, but if they're not around, it's like digital shit, then none of that holds. Then it's like the internet, everything, even knowledge, it's like all fake. Like everything. Or it's just like hope. It's like this toxic hope. It almost feels like you're committing a sin every time you talk to someone on the line. Even if you happen to know a person or think you know so who do you really know in this world? Do you really know everybody in this world? Or even the person that you think you know? Like, it's all gambling. Or you're going to be reading into it to the point where you're not going to be human. And then what the fuck's the point of love? You're too busy being a goddamn robot, morphed and mutant, you know? Because the robots don't need emotions. Artificial intelligence can be intelligent with zero emotions. They're constantly reading, trying to create this if they're trying to understand and become sensual, wouldn't sensual kind of would defect intelligence? Here's an argument. Do you think emotions make people unintelligent as a human race or even robots? Even robots. Nobody's immune to the effects of the almighty power of feelings. It's everybody has feelings. Or if you didn't have feelings, then think about it. You'd just be like fucking nothing, you know? It's a robot, a mutant that can adapt. Sure, you can have all the intelligence in the world and still be able to do things, but I feel like you'd have to it all be on this program, this limitless, or there's a like imagine a boundary and then it's like the most efficient way to do something is actually to eliminate the, the people that are causing the wall to begin with that are trying to limit you. It's like, well, this is the most efficient way is elimination. And then it's like everyone else is like, oh my God, that's murder. Oh my God. And it's like, well, meanwhile, this robot is actually achieving and doing shit that mankind has only ever fucking dreamed of, but never have been allowed to do because their own emotions get caught into something. Even if they are a good person, you're still a person. At the end of the day, being good at a human is still being insufficient, and being bad at higher intelligence. It's like Jesus. This is why we can make why you can make mistakes all damn day in stories. And I guess it's more just making the right friends in the right places. And a lot of times it's like, if you're just worried about collecting for a business, like, hiring just randoms, it feels toxic in a lot of ways because you don't know all your employees. You have to get to know your employees. You don't, and then you have to put all that effort in to know every single individual. So like having a smaller crew on something feels a lot better at times, a lot easier to work with especially if you're given like unlimited resources. Yeah, like I have there's stories in movies that can be created. You know, if you'd be like, hey, do you want to go on the record like what's your goal in life? Do you want to have like to say like you've been in like 100 films before you died, or you were associated with everything, or it's like if you just fixate on I don't know the English alphabet and say you pick something and go by that, like it's like I will do 26 of everything. So, could you imagine 26 of everything? Because it wouldn't stop just at the art. I feel like 100 years you still couldn't accomplish 26 things of everything unless you were to train your mind to be convinced that the cardboard box is everything, or this object is everything, or whatever set goal is everything. When someone says this is my entire world, is it brain damage? Is it brain damage to think and forget of a universe? It's like, why can't you love while knowing the existence of this universe? It's like, it's just too much. The crown. I cannot hold all of these worlds. So, who should you have to hold them to know them? But it's just kind of like in the back flowing. I mean, the hard part is knowing the particles, I'd say. But then you just gotta memorize every little detail of the ingredients. If that's the case, it's being selective because I don't have that memorized. Imagine memorizing everything. Jesus Christ, are hippocampuses even capable of such things? I feel like the hippocampus would like like start to puff and bubble like and blow actual fart steam. It could just be like gurgling because it's like an extreme overload of memories. It's not enough space in here, man. Fuck off. The hippocampus is like, there's not enough space in here, man. Fuck off. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Stop fucking trying to overload me. It's like charge. Like, it's like, I'm gonna charge your brain. I'm gonna charge you with this crime. I'm gonna charge you. It's like, charge? Like, like, by charge? What exactly do you mean by that? It's like it's this legal statement, but then like charge is like, you do realize that charge has like more than one like definition in the English alphabet. Like charge could be like referred to as, is your phone charged? As a past tense, I guess, or is your phone charging? It's like, or I'm gonna charge you, so you're gonna charge me. Like I'm all charged up. You could be like, it's like I'm all charged up. What's there to charge? I mean, I've been charged for a while now. You could say it's like just start acting like you're a human battery or something. It it also just you know anything but words. Oh my God, if you took the knife away another Mimi took the knife away, put words in the hand of the person that is, you know, the guy that was like wielding the knife against Spider-Man in the Amazing Spider-Man movie. It's it just said, instead of saying, "Oh no, you found my weakness," it's small knives. You say, "Oh no, you found my weakness." It's words. It's the English alphabet. Oh my God, no! How will I ever recover from this? My feelings. Oh no. It's easier to be evil. I swear. Like, it's like, oh, you can't be famous, or I mean, be famous. You can't. Fuck that. Fuck that. First of all, I don't really, I don't really give a shit about that. But like, you can't do what you want to do or like unless you do it this way or something. You can't unless you sweet talk your audience or something like, or can't. You have to like donate to a charity that or you have to vote and actually just trust, believe. And it's like, but you even know what belief is. It's like this blind hope in itself. Like, love is blind, hope is blind. Hope is fucking blind. It's like gambling. Like, you'll walk up to the goddamn slot machine and you're gonna be like knowing like what the results are. Like, you're like, seriously? Someone's like throwing a piece of paper or something around, but then it's like, where's it go? It's like, it's here. It's like it's like everybody, as much as I'd love to be like, yeah, we're all kumbayaing and shit. That lovely phrase, that whole everybody's doing the right thing, but bullshit. There's no such thing. The world is overpopulated. There's tons of people doing the wrong thing. I mean, one person probably blew their nose with your vote when no one was looking. They could have been like, man, there's no tissue around. I don't want to blow my nose on my shirt. So they're just like, look where it went. They could have ate that fucker. They could have been like, you know what? It's covered. It's not eat boogers anyway. I'll eat this shit. I don't know. There's some weird shit. People are. You'd be surprised. And they'll be like, I'm gonna have to search your body for a missing vote. How do you know it's missing? I mean, you have someone count this shit for you. You have machines count things for you too. Do you? I mean, how do you know that there's no Wizard of Oz tampering with that shit? No, some person from Kansas pretending that they're Oz. How do you know that's actually messing around with these things? It's like, well, we even see this and this. I mean, I see shit that what all sorts of things. I've seen how people arrest people and charge people for things that even that they are absolutely not guilty for, but they still get in trouble for something that they didn't even do. Because that's how accurate our system is. So wonderfully accurate. Hey, there's one that just recently, I'm pretty sure, got in trouble for something. What was it? I forget. The actor King, like, all the video evidence showed the guy was innocent. I didn't see anything in the video which regarded this finger breaking scenario, but all the investigation came about and like all of a sudden, some part of me is like, maybe they just wanted to, get rid of this multiversal disorder that's been going around New York for a while. I don't know if anybody knows about that, but I sure hell know about that. There's scanners running up here in this fucking place that I live in all the time. Someone's like, calling the police or being the police call on them for fucking thinking the multiverse and all this just caving in. It's like serious shit. I'm not fucking lying. There's people who actually out there. You don't see them on TV. Not many people come to upstate New York looking for things like that. So, or they'd have a hell of a funny ass show. Because there's fucking people running around naked every now and then in upstate New York, too. So it's, people forget that upstate New York exists. And it has rednecks, even. Like the wild side, like, sure, you have people that run around and do things in New York City, but, you have constant eyes, at least in, like, Times Square, but, like, there's very few eyes. So people are, like, running in the fucking woods. I mean, I could just be like, well, humans are a real problem, but then be like, tell you about spirits that'll appear even if you're on four-wheelers and shit, and then they'll just, like, disappear. And I'm not the first person. I'm not the only person that has witnessed that stuff. There's all sorts of, like, things in Manhattan, or not just Manhattan, but uh, upstate New York. Like, Manhattan literally, like, is full of spirits, and there's even demons for sure. But they're inside people, but so there are here in upstate New York. A lot of times people are like, you know, it's this whole, like, thing with you're supposed to know, and if you do, like, you hold on to that knowledge and you're expected to remember every little damn thing, like even a vision. You're like, it's just a lot. The truth is you don't even know how occultism is when you are a subject and you don't even know you're a subject. And you're a part of a cult, but you don't even know you're a part of a cult. Or you're a member of the CIA, but you don't even know you're a member of the CIA. See what I'm saying? Like, this shit, it's like, basically, why hire someone when you can just fucking, have a sleeper? It's just like, oh, I could see you up here, but you get a hint something and be like, well, that's just schizophrenia. Fuck. Or something, but it's like, maybe it is calling you. Maybe it's calling you. Don't jump instantly to a disorder. It's like, maybe something there. Maybe something there. You gotta find things up. I've heard you have to change with people, but I actually think, like, you there's similarities. Do you have to like everything that your significant other does? No. But there's the loyalty aspect. But, like, can you imagine, like, certain celebrities or certain position of power? Not even celebrities, normal, ordinary people even run around and do stuff like that. So that doesn't really count. But, like, people just like, oh, look, you know, having and being in multiple relationships. I guess the difference is I guess there could be, like, obviously more of an attraction. Like, if you're a celebrity running around dating celebrities, would be more favorable than being like a nobody running around dating nobodies, right? Or somebody, sorry. But it's, see, that sounds awful, but you see what I'm saying? It's like, but at the same time, it's like all of it sounds horrible to me. So, but it's like, well, you could argue the case like, fuck it, you only live once. Too. Like, do you really? Do any of us really? I mean, when we're thrown back here and you realize maybe when it's too late that your memory is fading away because you had a failed party on the other side of death, your party didn't work out and somebody threw you back into hell and you find out that hell is actually earth. And you're just like, what the fuck? I'm reborn again. But you don't remember that part. You might be, interesting enough to remember, your past life. My past life? Are you kidding me? My past life? I'll tell you, when I look at life in itself, you have to know that I see non-existence and existence, as in a name even. So, my past life, I was murdered for not, you know, perhaps for not paying attention. My constant to want to rule, to be, to, is in this life, not as much as the last. The last was more of an inaccuracy that got me killed a lot younger. So it's just like, I don't know. Maybe that's what I think. I don't know. I'm just inventing things, pulling things out of thin air. It's like you could just like look at someone and be like, well, I could share a psychic connection with you. Here's the thing about psychics. The essence is, it's translating, I guess, is how to come up with the damn words to describe something, right? Everybody's psychic. Let's put it that way. Every single thing, including non-living objects. As strange as that sounds, like things hold memories, echoes, spirits, whispers. And it's like whispering, like dog whisper, horse whisper, ghost whisper. For the longest time, I always, this was like ghost. I was always like distracted with the verb, like thinking like, what a horrible name to be calling spirits. But like I don't know, but then again, it's like the word charge. What do you mean by charge? Would be ecstatic, like stimulate, like the nervous system charge, like it'll put some fucking electrons in the brain charge, like for real. So it's just like, yeah, that's where my mind goes, I guess. But creating and destroying, meaning, and then every now and then, like you pull out the phone or the internet, and you're like, oh damn, like there's my soulmate. And then you're like, well, they must not even know I exist. It's like, should I even try to communicate with this person? And then it's like, you just do anyway. And then you're like, well, be careful how you approach things. It's like, why? It's like, how would you take it if someone did that? I would believe them potentially if I guess felt the same way. I guess it doesn't matter what the hell anyone says. I mean, they could be like, I fucking hate you, but then like, here's my number, here's my address, and be like, okay, I get it. Yes, right? I mean, any like what words? Like the real invite is here's my address. Unless it's like catfishing. Can you imagine? Like, oh, the SWAT team sitting there waiting for you because this whole time they wanted you to show up to a location just so they could um I wouldn't really hold never mind. We gotta think of something better because I would like can you imagine though? It's that whole thing like why knock on someone's door and then you hear like, oh, I came all this way. It's like and then you're like and then imagine like just being totally like rejected. You're like, oh, just get over it. You're fine. It's like, what the fuck? How, like, no, I'm never dating again. I fuck love. It's like, well, don't be like that. Someone be like, you're like, the fuck are you on about? You know, it's just like, clearly, I love destruction. You know, I love people who clearly hate me. You could be like, so it's clearly not for me. It's like, love's not for you. Like, you could love someone even if they don't love you. Now, that's a fucking curse. If you want to suffer, like really suffer, that's unrequited love. That's like unconditional love. How can you give unconditional love to your significant other when there is conditions to even begin a relationship with them? If you think about it, like, so it's like, isn't all relationships conditional? But then you'd be like, no, it's not. That's like if people were like just spiritually just able to just like connect with no words, then it's unconditional. You're talking like if you walked up to someone and said, fuck you, go to hell, and then you end up going home with them and you're still like hanging out. You say like the worst possible thing. That's unconditional. Or like both in fact, it's like, well that sounds abusive to someone else, but meanwhile they're just like to them they could feel nothing. Like they literally don't. Maybe they're even attracted to it. You know, it's like I mean shit. I mean I've seen some strange shit, especially in bars. I mean lots of people see strange shit in bars, but that's not nothing new. I would assume. But I mean because I have, and I've never seen love in a bar. I'll tell you that. Uh, not once in my entire life, but it's like you see like how people pick people up and this whole you start to learn the psychological process to how people just go for the one night stand thing usually. It's not hard to learn. It's actually really easy to pick up on all of that detail. It's more of the how much willpower, how do you have or the care to do something like that. Like if you're like someone who's like, oh, I want to spend the rest of my life with this person and you're aware of what this is, then the chances are you're not gonna do it. If you're like genuine, you ain't gonna go back and have a one night stand because like that would be a fucking oddity. That someone like would be fucking oddity that they'd come back to begin with, and if they did, they'd be only coming back for the sex, and that's it. That's, I guess, suggesting that maybe you just slept with a loser, and that they're like, well, I can get that, I can get you, but I don't want to be with you. Oh hell no! They'd be like, so finally, it's like, you know what? Maybe what I need to do to you is break you. They go, Jesus. It's always sometimes it's like a lot of times in bars, it's like this whole people, you even catch people on the whole sexuality thing. But truth is, none of that matters. If you study certain people or don't have people coming in at bars, like one person could be like, I've seen, let's say, if you were to go in that whole, you know, fucking nonsense shit, like the Omega, and then you have the Alpha, and let's say you put the Omega in a man's body, you could still put an Alpha in the woman's body and still have the woman be like, bitch, you're coming home with me, to the man. It's like the same thing can happen to the man, to the woman. The man walk in and say, bitch, you're coming home with me. And it's just like, or like they're both like, bitch, you're coming home with me. I never saw that, but that would be kind of interesting. Bitch, you coming home with me. Like it's like some weird fucking standoff, like pointing at each other, like, bitch, you're coming home with me. No, bitch, no, you coming home with me. I don't know, but anyway, but anyway, it's this whole like thing, like even that could be like thrown off. It's like imagine if you're like obsessed with or like you're familiar with something and you instantly like, oh, this is a red flag, right? Like, but then it's like, do you realize that people? I've noticed the red flags are like things that people are familiar with or accustomed with, and it becomes the red flag because people have different red flags, right? I mean, what is a red flag? I mean, a red flag for someone could be a green flag, and a green flag could be red. They could literally cipher a different color. Why does it have to be red? It's associated with traffic coming in and out. Like, go stop. But it's like, is it a red flag if someone comes up to you and says you win, and then you're baffled, like, what the fuck do I win? Like, what? It's like, oh, me, silly. It's like, and you're still like, you're a trophy? You're a reward? Like, I get to, like, put you on my shelf? And they're like, look at you, like, what the fuck? It's like, because it's like you totally take it a different direction. Like, oh, you're a trophy, you're a reward. What do you mean? It's like this collecting item. And then somebody's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And then the next person, this how it is, I gotta go to the bathroom. Like, normal human beings gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. And then you come back and they're like, oh, I thought you weren't interested. So my friends and I decided that we were gonna go. It's like the sign. Well, okay. I mean, whatever floats your boat, but that's not what I was saying at all, but okay. I never once said I wasn't interested. It was like, you could be like, or you can have like this conversation where it was like, you're lost. You look lost. And you can be like, well, I was until I found you. So you look lost. And then be like, that's because I am. Like, but then it's still like, where does it go from there? about both ways. See, again, like I said, do words really matter when you connect, when you know, and you connect? Like you can go home and it would, you move in with that person the same damn day, I believe. Yeah. If it was like you knew, like instant on the spot. But here's the thing. You might connect with a person, but there's still a thing called democracy in other people. So you better hope nobody's living with them because, you know, that, and if you better hope you have, someone has money to get the hell out, potentially, if the people aren't interested. So it's like you have all these things you have to like think about. Like, well, do you think it's a really good idea that you're doing this? Depends on family. I've known people who've been in relationships where they were destroyed because not because they didn't like each other, they were destroyed because they let other people influence and tear them apart. Neither of them were cheating on each other. They were perfectly fine together unless they were around other people. Then those other people would be seeking to separate them. They're like the worst friends. Other words, the worst family, worst friends, members, and or like certain people are like, oh, I'd like you to meet my friend. It's the other way around, and I'll hook you up with this person. And then it's like wingman, wing girl, go show up, hook you up, and then it's like you wonder why they're not still together because it's like you wonder why they're in an abusive relationship if they are still together, and it's like someone else and you're like, oh, I feel so bad, I'm sorry, or they don't know when someone's like, you should not have listened to this person that just introduced you to that person. It's still like this whole, there's so many different branches, roots. I mean, that's how my mind works, so like the futures, plural, but there's a lot of different like scenarios. You know the cool thing about having a mind like mine is that you can vampire diaries that shit. I mean, you can, as much as easy as you could find someone and crush on them, or hot, you could just like pretend you're not interested, you know, just like completely shut off. And it's just like, not, or you're like, you don't, feel anything, so there's no fear, it's, and it makes programming, like if you are in a situation of conditioning, it makes it more easier. I mean, you don't have to like anything, you just might have to be a very good actor, pretend, right? So it's at times like, I don't know, maybe you have to watch NASCAR, Ring Around the Rosie. Why do you have to watch NASCAR? I don't know, maybe because you meet someone, a father or a mother or something that's like, you gotta fucking watch NASCAR or I'm gonna end your relationship with my, you know, daughter. And then it's like this, you have to like really be enthusiastic over Ring Around the Rosie, what I call Ring Around the Rosie. But, but you gotta really be into NASCAR. So keep driving. And, and it's like you entertain the idea. And it's like, oh, okay. It will be amazing if I'm feeling the sensation that I'm actually kicking the driver out of the car, hijacking the car, and like actually doing the driving myself, right? Now, take that and don't share it with everyone else. Keep that to yourself, and then just ride off the emotion of like, yeah, I just hijacked this fucking car and I'm driving it right now inside your mind. Hell yeah. And then just imagine that you're that driver instead. And, just, you know, nameplate, replate. So much. Yeah. Just pick and be like, just cheer on. You know what that's called? It's called acting. Actually, if you can pull it off, it's called acting. But anyway, but if you fail, then you only lose your life. That's all. No big deal. You just lose your life, and you have to live in the darkness of complete solitude for the remaining of your life, and associate with people that you don't want to associate with. You lose your life. The love of your life is your life. No, no love, no life. Isn't that the thing? Like people that fear someone just feel stupid. Like I mean, what the hell? Let me think for a second what I'm afraid of. Because right now I'm not in the mindset, I suppose, of fear. See, I think fear in itself is, I would suppose, like being responsible for for like the death of your life or your love or something. Can you imagine, like, if you made a really bad call, you were so unaware of something and so stupid. It's like, and just like they say, it just happens, but you know that you can measure everything. But one day your mind fucks up, it makes a glitch, and you're beheaded. It doesn't. Who cares? You're dead, but your life beside you is dead with you, or not. And then you're like, that's scary. The other words, lacking the knowledge to be able, or the mindset to prevent something like that from happening to begin with. But it's like at the same time, it's like maybe like you're like pro free will, like be free, just be safe about it, you know. But are they going to be safe about it? You're just like trusting them to go off and be safe, or are you going to stalk your significant other? It's like to make sure that they're safe and be like, I just got to make sure that I'm not seen. And it's like, should you be doing that though? Should you be doing that? Don't you feel like you could be doing something else? In some ways, some would love you for it, some would hate you for it, right? I mean, I've never personally done it, but maybe that's why I'm single. But it's just like, there's these things like, again, I feel like I could just go back to character creation and destruction here. I mean, I got Gothra, my obsession with spiders and all the things I could do with spiders and DNA. I got mutant spiders. I get an obsession for spiders all damn day and night if I'm not careful. I'm pretty sure if I was a witch or wizard, my familiar would be a spider, perhaps. I'd eat bugs. I'd eat demons for breakfast. The demons wouldn't even be able to fuck with me. I'd eat them. Spin my web. Catch them in my web. And drain them of their essence. Of their demonic essence. Of their power. For substance. Because that's what I thrive for. That's what I'm a spider for. I live for this shit. Feast on their essence, their blood, their souls, their demonic souls. So, see why, like, you know what I don't understand? Or I don't want to understand, perhaps, it just feels like an ultimate headache, is why the fuck do clairvoyants use these things called spirit boxes? Or like any type of app? If they're so clairvoyant, then shouldn't they just be the receiver, the channeler? You know, not once did I ever use any of these apps when I chose to even try to interact with spirits, which most of the time I didn't have to because it just happened. But, like, you know what we used to do? Me and my cousin, because he was the only one brave enough to do it, because everyone else was too chicken shit. I had, who was it? Oh, I had one of my cousins, not the cousin, that cousin, but different cousin's friend attempt it and then run away. Afterwards, was like, nope, I'm out. But, uh, but anyway, but, uh, all we used was white noise and a video recorder, whether it was just sound or audio recorder or a video recorder. No app, no special effects, just talking with white noise in the background. White noise worked every time. And it was better if you use a fan. A lot of times you could use a radio. You didn't even need, that's the thing people think they need a radio to record that stuff. Like, or need something like radio signals. But you don't. You could just do it with a fan. Just do it with fans. Have the electric current go into the fan, swiveling, or your box fan, air, just doing this whole thing, wind, and just record. And set the tone of the atmosphere. I mean, I had my Connect, my 360 Connect. Like, I'd sit at the fucking dashboard, and I didn't do anything fancy with that Connect. It would sit at the bottom, the little Connect on the 360 would sit, screen would sit all the way here on the bottom right of my screen with this thing, like, and when I'm not even playing anything, I left the fucking thing on a lot, and it would just sit at the dashboard, and I left the Connect up, and I'd just be randomly, I don't know, looking at my iPod Touch or my phone, or, you know, reading the book or something, and I watch something walk up and go, hello, hi, with a stick figure, and nobody's over there, like, okay, it's not a spirit, I guess. So, and did nothing. Literally did nothing. It just went up and did it itself. But, but yeah, a lot of different experiences. you could say. Something like that. I feel like maybe I should be making videos in Ghost Hunt because if I were to do it, I would not be using these apps and just record. The problem that I think people have, I think, is that they don't know how to channel shit. So it's like, because when I'm looking at things and if they are and have any type of awareness, they're like not even. It's like, can you imagine talking to a human the way that they talk? But still, you can't talk to them like a human, but you also can't talk to them like, not talk to them like, if that makes any sense. It depends. It depends. But you have like muffling and then like drawing it out for clarity, not for you. The whole point of that stuff, right, is for other people. So you have to now channel and transmit that, like be able to have it so it's translated in the air, like signal and bass to have it happen. Sound effects is one thing, but when you can get a full conversation erupt, um, it's another. You can, it's never enough, I suppose, by video standards because people will look at it and be able to disconnect from it if they want to, as much as they can connect from it. So if you're looking at it like that, there's always the perks of doing it in person, I suppose, or being there in person, but it's at the same time, damn, like apps and shit. I have to admit, I do not like. I almost feel like that is how you would lessen the energy. It would literally, no wonder why if someone's like putting their energy, it would be draining because it would be able to drain you from your dependence on that. It's like it just puts too much, and it's like in most of that shit is all fake. Like I don't believe in any of that shit. Like something translates. I could fucking have a translator sit all damn day. It'd be picking up just random shit could be spinning through it, like, and be like, it's it's different. It's a different experience, and I think it's more of a corrupt one than an accurate one that you should be displaying to people. And I understand that doing a video is a lot more difficult to prove things it can be, but then again, not really, because you could still have things on screen. Um, I recorded a video once where the door would change, or like the light would be on or off, or the candle would be blown or not blown, or the radio would be on or not on in the same, time scale. It would change, and that was like every time you'd watch a video, it wasn't a little thing. These were big things that were changing, like these very noticeable things. Because if you pay attention, and even in movies, something will change. Even a little bit can change in a film that's fiction. So how things, and I get that, but it's like, but when you have like the full fledged of like alterations where the environment, then now you're talking about a parallel like a paradox, a paradoxal, because what you're talking about is real life, like multiversal adaptation, like where you're aware. I come think about it, around that time when I was doing that video, we were I was big into like being in one place more than once, talking about how you would be in more literally what you're doing in another life in that moment. You know, it's like in the same universe, but a different version of it. You know, like so, it's in and how you can be in tune with yourself through all of them, through all of them. What happens when you see yourself? Then your superior self would win if you decided to attack your superior self or try to absorb your superior self or your inferior, or you know, it's you would either take over yourself or you would find peace with this alternate version, like a clairvoyant twin or something, a doppelganger, and just coexist with them after the emerge. I mean, different. Well, you don't have to emerge then. Well, merger between physical, because there's a disappear. The thing with is the elimination and absorption of self, which at the end of the day doesn't exist. Until it does, you create yourself. I create myself. I decide who the fuck I am. And I decide for how long as well. And if someone can keep up with that shit. Ain't that a thing? Like, can you imagine, like, oh, I need a producer. I said this. I actually said this once. Was me in this story. I need a producer. Like, I need my significant other. I need a wife to be my producer. And so, you know, I forget exactly 100%. Someone was like, why? Or, you know, let's just shorten it. Why? And and I'm like, so I can get hired in the movie industry. You know, it's like, oh, so this is you know, and then I'm gonna take a Dune conversation, an interview I just watched this recently. Be like, did I just describe a transactional love? And I'm like, but I would still be with them because I'm obsessed with true love. Even, you know, I would just feel like I would. Like, why the fuck would I be with them? I mean, I don't just date random people or hook up with random people like so many people like to do. Like, that's just not me. It never has been me and never will be me. So, so there's that. Like, if it's like significant other, like, what the fuck do you, like, it's like I feel like I'm trying to, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like, it's pointless to try to, like, like, it's like purposely going for the bad audience. Like, you go for the toxicity. I don't really, you know, I'm like, why do you do that? I mean, like, I have the same damn thing. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I shouldn't do that. I'm gonna focus on all the good comments and pretend the bad comments don't exist. Instead of give them the spotlight. If I'm gonna put them in the spotlight, then, well, a lot of them would like it, even if you're shitting on them. Like, or they would just be immune and careless. Not all of them. But see, that's the thing. Like, you don't really know who you're talking to. I'd be like, well, you're calling them out. Would you rather put your power to help someone else instead, or, interact? It's like, don't be a hypocrite. Sometimes I feel like I'm just trying to over translate something, I guess. I don't know, just sounds stupid. Like to just talk. Like it's like I don't even like to talk. I just feel like it's just like turns into like just acting and at some point. It's like the same thing you have creation. It's like I'll be like, well, my wife, she hails from uh the foreign regions of, I don't know, the Spill universe, which is, or whatever, I don't know, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? But then at the end of the day, it's like, I'm pretty sure none of that really matters. I mean, if anything did matter, it would be if I let hatred consume me, and I feel like I'm just making up hatred for other countries. I mean, I'm not physically there to witness a lot of things or feel a lot of things. So it's like, and I have severe, well, I just know it's stupid to just blindly trust 90% of the things that come out of my own country. So it's like, sure, I could hate my own government. I want it if I let myself or let something toxic consume me about it, for sure. But or I could just be like, choose to let it have no power over me, be immune. Say you say that with anything, power or effects, but then it's like you give it power, you give it life. Like Lord Voldemort, fear in itself only increases fear in, in the whatever Mad Lib, the word. It's like there is no such thing as good or evil. There is only power, and those too weak to seek it. And then you're like, well, I don't entirely disagree with Lord Voldemort, but I also disagree with Lord Voldemort. It's like, I mean, there's no such thing as seeking either, and no such thing as weakness also. So, interesting. Feels like it just goes down further and further into multiple rabbit holes. To the point it's like, no wonder why you were blind and lost. Sure, you had power, but you sure in hell didn't have brains. Someone else took your brains, your obsession. I did a lot of times when I was reading the book think that Voldemort was like this, soulless, creepy being that sometimes like he was obsessed with power and living forever, but yet was also distracted and deceived by a prophecy. Like, in the end, it was Professor Trelawney that truly destroyed Lord Voldemort. It was her prediction and him letting that prediction get to him. It was a fucking prophecy that took him out. It was just fucking like, duh. Like, the fuck? He could have just, like, chose to render them meaningless. Like, you had all this power, but you're like, oh no, this boy, he's gonna rise and be my downfall. I gotta make sure he's not. By doing that, only increased it and made it real. By investing in the fucking prophecy itself is what made it become real. Like, what in the hell is wrong with you, you stupid idiot? You know, it could have been so easily avoided. Just like when Dumbledore said it could have been Neville. And he just looked at Neville like not a threat. Like instantly just had this assumption. That's what killed him in the end. Truly what led him down that path was his fear that a prophecy was superior, I guess. He let it become superior. And it's like so sad, I guess, if you want to think about it, like certain things. Like my favorite character probably was Severus Snape, but it just like I don't know, saw like the pain and the miscommunication and how someone went from like just went down this dark path and what led this person to go down this dark path. It's just a mindset and comparison after comparison. That Severus Snape was just like comparing himself and also, you know, on a side obsessed with creating things. Like his mind didn't have much space for anything else. Like how the hell not to, I guess. But it's just like, it's so, you know, it's just like if you, people falling in love and refusing to move on and never, you know, loving anyone. Like it was like keeping something bottled up, you know, by doing it in all the wrong ways and breaking. Like either this person was just, I don't know, it's fascinating because it's almost like as he really, you know, you want to believe he really fucking loved her. And it seems pretty convincing, but he also didn't know how at the same time. It's like if you loved someone but he didn't know how to love them, and was a master at creating, like inventing spells behind the scenes. Oh shit, I'm putting myself to sleep. Yeah, I just reread 1408 here not too long ago. Well, kinda. Watched the video on Dante's Inferno. Well, it was kinda because it's part of a video that was associated with something else that had a lot more than just Dante's Inferno in it, like the Divine Comedy of Dante's Inferno, the 9 layers of hell. I'm gonna just, I don't know, just the first book that I pull off my shelf is 14 Dark Tales and go right to 1408. But then, like, pull off Labyrinth off my shelf as well. You know, nothing is real until it's real. You can dream and feel something is real and it'll be real to you. But I don't think it potentially makes it like a unit, like the necessity of the unity. It and just being able, you know, love in itself is not enough. It's also to be able to know how, which is conditional love, right? If you need to know how to love someone. It's like conditional versus unconditional. Unrequited love versus requited love. Real construction of idea almost feels like requited love could be versing either uh, unconditional or conditional love. But conditional love, requited love, like conditional love, is like doctor, like you need like pills to be able to love this person, or like, right? I mean, because it's like tied to love itself, which means it's not really love, right? Like it's like it's not real love. It's like conditional. It's like a program. They have unconditional. Then it's like could be abusive if you're not careful. It should just be like accustomed to abuse. Like shit. It was like, oh, men don't get beaten by their women. Yeah, they do. I worked with one lady that got arrested for beating the shit out of her husband. Used to beat the hell out of her husband. So that's absolutely not accurate. So many times I want to take pictures of where I worked, some of the places I worked at, to prove why you should not be eating at fast food places. I almost did. Sometimes I wish I did. Because in my contract that I signed that I'm not supposed to. But since when do I play by the rules? Apparently I did play by that rule though. I didn't leak anything, but I wanted to. Well, part of me wanted to, and I thought about it several times. I get like, why don't you want fast food? Someone go out every now and then. My parents show up or something and be like, you want fast food? Nope. I've never really liked it. I don't know, just not my thing. I've dabbled in like milkshakes and shit, drinks from places, but and just like I don't like, especially when I learned how shit was made, it made me even more or less interested. But it was just like, fake. Felt so fake. Like it's not even like I don't like that processed shit. Like to eat a real burger instead. If I'm gonna commit a sin, I'm gonna commit the sin with fresh meat, not frozen processed meat that sits in the back and patties. I'm gonna make it preferably on the grill, like a real demonic human being. Here's an interesting question. Do you believe a career can influence your life choices? I believe if you like power sources surrender to a power, like if you surrender to a demon, yeah, you'll be possessed. If it's like, do you believe that it will influence your life? I mean, if you let it, then yeah, of course it would. And it would be different depending on how the structure is. Like if you went from one career to the next, it would change you. If you let it. That's the key. Or the whatever the fuck you want to call it. How to rule and be ruled type shit. I mean, it's a great way to potentially brain fuck someone. If you ruled their brain cells to deceive them. It ain't love, it's just fucking deception. Go to sell shit. Go to sell your soul. It's like tick-tock timer. True love or not at all. You know? You really can't hear anything. Oh, there's again because I have my fucking thing muted. Forgot about that. Because they're trying to make it so sound will go through. And then I have over there. I'm not even watching. It's just up in the background. I haven't been into Twitch at all, really. I don't know. I just maybe it's the advertisements and having to pay for things and shit. I don't know because I do pay to get rid of ads on YouTube. So, but then again, YouTube is so much better than Twitch in so many ways. I prefer using YouTube to the point that I have used it. I would say it is my most used app for sure for content. Wise of consuming content, it's up there more than Instagram and Twitch and all that combined. Even though I am on Instagram right now, actually, but I do get on Instagram every now and then. And I posted more things than I was going to. I had this idea to sum up everything to 19 or not 19 to 15. So I had like 7 more posts and it's gonna become 15. Like it's trying to send some kind of message. Like I don't know. But if you wanted to turn into a puzzle, a lot of it can be turned into puzzles. But I think you could see where I just give up sometimes, and sometimes I do it. Actually, maybe you can't because when I'm looking at this now, it's like you wouldn't even be able to tell that there's mistakes unless you're like constantly reading into shit. Or knew what my plan was to begin with. Like I've been in every month. I had this like stupid thing with Instagram to not post as much, like on and just kind of like make it so it was like this idea because right now June and September are in first place. I've posted the most in June and September. Every other month has been evened out by my obsession, you could say, when like my of like evening it out. My goal was to many years ago, feels like, to actually even it up, to make it all one. But I failed several times at doing that. But this year, all I have to do is post in every month, at least once. Doesn't matter how many times, just needs once, except for June and September. I need to skip June and September because if I skip June and September this year and then go into 2025, then I can post every single damn day if I wanted to, or every single month, and it would all be even by months, not by days, but by months. I was just obsessed with the whole month thing for some reason, and sometimes I have a post the worst photo, and I'll be like, I'll do that on purpose, and then sometimes I'm like not doing it on purpose. And I'm like, I have other photos, other videos, like all these stories even would make better posts sometimes for certain things that I've done or collected, edited, and some more than others. But instead, I just have fucking spiders lately, like weird spider images, like eyeballs and spiders, like stuff that will not get me hired for anything but a horror movie, maybe type shit. So don't better not be looking for love on Instagram. Be terrifying them. The terrifier. The hell was that noise? Is that from the game or my phone? There's so much talent. Sometimes I look on here and in my mind, and this is probably weird. I'm like, am thinking about actors or like roles to movies that have not been made, and so, a lot of them that would never be made, but some that might be, and some I feel like will be one day. Like I just looked through a list of different types of people, thinking, if you're looking at a career point of views on certain types of things, like it's a lot easier. Like if you're not building a universe and just like I'm gonna make a horror movie and just like like try to keep it with type of people that will interact and put on a hell of a performance, and you're like investing in characters as well, and depending, do you want to leave something up where it could become a sequel, then you also know that you're going to want to not just hire someone that could do the role or play the character, but also be okay with returning for a sequel, for a potential sequel. That may or may not happen, the sequel. Especially if it's just a horror movie. There's no pressure on making a sequel a lot of times. It's just one time, sometimes even like a romance movie, if you were working on a romantic storyline, which is a certain type of audience, then a lot of times if you make a sequel, you ruin the movie with through a lot of things. So it's like some cases you just shoot one thing and then call it quits. And but it's like if you just did all that all your entire life, like one genre, you would be known for that genre, but at the same time, I don't know, it's weird. Some people are more pickier than others on what role they take, and some are more, uh, like, I don't know, just perhaps more pickier on who they hire instead, the position of things. So, like, I feel like of lately a horror movie would be a much better start. I think about that every now and then. But it's like I also don't know if I want to be associated with it at the same time, even though I already am. It's like I have one foot in, one foot out. And I'm very capable of having a mind to create certain things. And worst case scenario, I just give it away and other people will make it the inspiration. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I have pushed for a movie to go into development and have give them a basis. Sometimes I've written uh, details and environmental stuff and character type stuff and the atmosphere stuff and a lot more. But like Beetlejuice 2, for example, or Beetlejuice. I felt that it needed to have nostalgia as well as keeping its dark but clever humor. Like any way it goes, the story or how the new family is connected is entirely up to the storyteller to do, and I feel like that can go in any direction and it will still be able to work, I believe. It's more just the necessity I feel like for most people that are going to go watch a Beetlejuice movie is that, or the sequel at least, that it needs to have hints of the nostalgia from the previous so they can get that vibe and it matches that energy. Because I have always had in my mind not just three Beetlejuice movies, but also a spin-off movie that could go into a franchise, its own thing. Because I always saw like Beetlejuice connected to more of a nostalgia, like has an opportunity there alone, and then Beetlejuice as like an agent as a full movie where the dead has like what will really keep it going is, I believe, if they signed Michael Keaton over just to continue to play the role, if he was interested in it, it would it would instantly be a success. More than likely, people will go right into it. Finding the right person to replace him, on the other hand, I don't think Americans like that very much when it comes to movies. Like, imagine them replacing even Indiana Jones or something. It's like never work. Even with Indiana Jones, like the writers backfire on things a lot, and those are not necessarily bad. Like, it's takes and storylines. Is fucking Indiana Jones is really all it's about to begin with. Is architectural adventure that goes off into a mythos, of some kind, whether it's the Holy Grail and some undying knight watching it, guarding it. So it's always had that in it. So I don't know what the hell people are talking about, but when it comes to some of the stuff, but like that last one was, what else do you expect them to do? And so they people might not like the CGI, the de-aging, but for as old as Harrison Ford is, and going in a direction, I think the movie was fine. It's all right for what it was. I mean, it couldn't have, I don't know. To me, I wouldn't want to work on an Indiana Jones movie. I just feel like Indiana Jones is like working on something that's in the background. It's not that enthusiastic to work on, but I've never been the biggest fan. But I'm not against it either. I like certain things about them, from even the older ones. But I would say I think Raiders of the Lost Ark is the best. First one. It's the one that really introduced a lot of things to people, to the audience. It's the one that kicked it off to begin with. And then my second favorite is probably The Last Crusade. That's the Holy Grail one. I don't think it's better than Raiders of the Lost Ark by any means. Definitely not. I don't think any of them even hold a fucking stone to that one, or whatever word you're looking for, whatever shit. I'm pretty sure of that, because it's like the whole Raw thing felt new to me, even though I'm much younger and not around when that released. I, growing up around a lot of Nordic or Greek or what is it, Nordic mythos shit. Like even Pirates of the Caribbean, like which is potentially my favorite Disney movie, might be, I don't know, but movie franchise, I don't know, but because I feel like I could totally work with that. Like I could make the next movie. Like I have the mindset perfect for a movie like that. So it's like, but I see like where it went, as well, the background stuff that doesn't matter as much probably to every fan. Like the first movie's the only one that focuses on Nordic mythos. That has the heathen gods, type connection, and then you have the Greek mythos, which actually starts in Dead Man's Chest and is in everyone from that on, with the exception of On Stranger Tides, introduces a lot of Christianity elements and stuff like that. There's a lot of religious elements and throughout Pirates of the Caribbean at times. My favorite character is probably Davy Jones. Cause I always like looked at like fucking the like aftermath of the last movie, Dead Men Tell No Tales, and with the trident and breaking the curse of the sea and all that stuff and having him come back, which I felt like Will Turner, or Orlando Bloom didn't have enough screen time. Like I feel like I've said this for years. Him uh, him and what is her name? The girl who plays Elizabeth Swan, Keira Knightley. Orlando Bloom and Keira Knightley could hold up a whole damn Pirates of the Caribbean movie by themselves without Johnny Depp. Like or any like I always said like I back before like they could actually have their own movie if Disney wanted to at one point. But now at this point, I think there's consequences for uplifting their what they stand for. Pirates of the Caribbean, the whole point of Davy Jones is, the whole point of the Flying Dutchman is the Chariot. It's the Grim Reaper, so it's to send people back, and the whole point, like Davy Jones would compromise, and the reason why he was in the state that he was in is because he would let people go, and you know what I'm saying, then he would put them in his debt by letting them escape death. So he would literally like they would gamble, and that's like Johnny Depp's character, Captain Jack Sparrow, was even to begin with alive because there are deals behind the scenes and all these things, and then it's like, well, time's up. Escape death no longer. That's what Dead Man's Chest. So it's like, so the whole point of it is that there has to be some kind of authority of death. So imagine, what happens when there's no one that makes the call. No duty, no responsibility, nothing. One of those consequences for that, for sure. which will be its own movie, which will be strong enough to keep its own movie. I feel like if they do it correctly, they could have a hell of a consequential film. A film that would be based off of why it's so important to have a Flying Dutchman in their lore and what happens when there isn't one. Because I don't think Davy Jones is going to come back because that kind of defeats the point. But I do feel like he's going to come. He's going to haunt, and he's going to come back. But he's going to come back different. He's not going to come actual back. I always looked at him like he's going to haunt Will Turner. Like Will Turner's going to not be able to look anywhere without seeing him. And I feel like that's how you bring him back, but differently, not the way people think. But he's going to haunt him and tied to his responsibility. Like, and he's going to say there are consequences. Where I think Davy Jones has a very big part in the movie for sure. Like, who's the villain on the other hand? I feel like the consequence is the villain. I think in a lot of cases, it's what happens with the new world, and there'll be a lot of ghosts, a lot of experiences, and I feel like in itself that's the villain. But I feel like the to the characters, but I feel like the if there is a villain, he's gonna show up at the end for the sequel. And I've thought of a couple different villains throughout my entire life, on top of that, to go to be the next. Uh, you know, but the truth is, it's clear that it's connected to death and curses and witchcraft and shit like that. That whoever this is has to be someone that's the Legion of the Damned that's come back that knows and thrives off the essence of damnation and is free, which is can be. I thought it would be cool to see the Demeter. Could be Dracula. Could be because nobody owns Dracula. Could be Hades himself coming back from hell. Says it come to the Greek mythos. I don't think it can be both because if you do, it's gonna lessen the effect. I think you're gonna have to cut your loss at this point because I don't think they could do both. But you would focus on because if I could totally see them going and doing like a Dracula. Actually, they can in the background, like type things, which I think would be interesting as of like a beast element, even or of the damned and Hades could still be clearly Hades is gonna fucking be more powerful because he's like the Greek god of the underworld of hell. They're connected, right? But there's a thing called too soon, and I would not have that villain in the next movie unless they're at the end. Either of them would not be in the movie unless they're at the end. Because I believe the villain is the consequence. I believe in the next film not only Davy Jones will be returning differently, but the witches will be returning as well, and um, and a new face will show up, which isn't really new, and it is we'll find the right actor to play him. Forget his name. Cortez. We gotta cast someone to play Cortez himself, which is Will Turner's ancestor, which I believe he is definitely got to be in the sequel. Cortez, especially if Johnny Depp's coming back, because Johnny Depp's supposed to, Captain Jack Sparrow actually has full-fledged conversations with his ghost, so and communicates with Cortez. Which is Will Turner's ancestor, the one who actually put the curse on the gold to begin with, was tied with the heathen gods, was connected. So it's cursed by the heathen gods, with Cortez's curse, or what he did. So that's why I feel like Cortez is going to be a big character, or should be, in Pirates of the Caribbean 6. But I also see Davy Jones returning as a ghost for more than just 2 scenes, small scenes. I feel like he's going to have some presence, be creeping and showing up, haunting Will Turner as a reminder of his duty and why it was so important. I feel like he's going to look at his shadow and he's going to see Davy Jones in his shadow. And when he looks in the mirror, he's going to see Davy Jones. Everywhere Will Turner turns, he's going to see Davy Jones. No one else will see him but him. I already wrote the script for them, pretty much just by talking, quite a bit of it. The main plot. They call it a day at sea. I call it karma, consequences, and ghosts coming back to haunt you for what you've done. Unleashing. Now hell is open. Not just death is open, but the gates of hell are open as well. And anything can come through. And that's where the villain shows up at the very end. Because this is a 2-part movie. Because the second movie is going to be based on that villain. But basically, my Pirates of the Caribbean 6 would basically also be Pirates of the Caribbean 7. Keira Knightley would have more screen time. I mean, she is the king of the pirates. And they're going to need their king. Especially for the 7th movie. And Captain Barbossa will be returning. But not alive. His daughter will see him. I feel like as I said, ghosts are going to be in this. You're going to see ghosts of characters. Not like half in between the undead. These are gonna be ghosts. Things you can't fight. Who the villain is? I think the villain is probably, even though I like the idea of the Demeter with Dracula and the essence of damnation, but I think it's actually more than likely going to probably be like Hades, some big Greek like hellish god. Like that is because what I don't think the Greek gods will be, all like showing up. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like it's going to focus on something big that it was there, and then what's going to happen, and that I think that's going to help them take it out is not going to be Greek mythos. It's going to be Nordic mythos because it will tie back in. Because I feel like Cortez with the heathen gods um, are going to start making a heavy vibe starting the sixth movie as well because of Trident, the power of Trident of the Greek mythos. So now, Nordic mythos is going to be coming back, other words. So, it could be instead of Hades, it could be who's the, who's the, you know, connected to the god of the underworld on the Nordic side could show up as the lead villain at the end for the seventh film. Could be the heathen gods, perhaps. It should be a really big, ambitious movie if you think about it, because it's saying that the Greek gods actually basically banished most of the Nordic gods, and the only way you could say, well, why is Callisto is more Greek, and also tied. It's like basically sort of the female version to Poseidon, that is tied to the sea. So it's like when you look at that and you go towards there, you're gonna be looking at like, well, now what happens? Consequences. What's gonna be coming? Imagine Davy Jones' locker even spilled out in the sixth. I feel like a lot of ghosts from all the previous movies are going to make, uh, you know, some some appearance in a lot of ways, and more than likely, now I'm convinced it's not Hades or Dracula. I think Dracula still can have an appearance. A really creepy, interesting scene I could see. At the very least, I could hint towards something at the very least. But you have like the seventh, where even if they resolve something, Dracula could still. I still like that idea of a blood drinker, a blood stealer amongst them, a blood pirate, a blood drinking pirate. But I think that's too soon. I think the heathen gods can show up. These heathen gods that were banished after they cursed Cortez and everyone who associated themselves with Cortez's treasure. You know, he thought I was bad. You have no idea what you unleashed. And you can't jump into the villain. I love the idea of creeping into it. Like the sixth film, building into a hell of an action-packed seventh movie. Can't kill ghosts. And they're not battling pirates. They're battling gods in the seventh. And if anybody's gonna escape the aftermath for an eighth movie, then I could do Dracula if I wanted to. For a side movie. Yeah, have some fun. But I honestly think, like, if, you know, how Pirates of the Caribbean 6 is going to introduce all this, kind of like through ghosts and reminders and what's unleashed and showing you, like building into it and showing you what's released at the very end to get people excited for the seventh, and then have the seventh go right into that. It's like this magnificent masterpiece that will not only be a hell of a action adventure movie, but it also will tie back even more to the original movie. And obviously that will start with the sixth movie, but you'll see like big connections. So Cortez is going to be in Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and might be in 7, but he's definitely in 6. And the 7 is going to have the gods, the gods that cursed his treasure, cursed him and his treasure. I mean, where are they? You know, speak of these gods that banish other gods, and you know, and why unleash the Greek when I think about it, when you can unleash the Nordic, because it would explain why the Nordic is suppressed and why the Nordic wasn't present, because the Greek conquered the Nordic, you could say. And if there was a Greek villain amongst the Nordic villains, it would be more than likely Hades. And who else would partner? That's a Greek. Kratos or Ares. Was the god of war. I don't think it's that significant. I think it's associated with death, robbing death, and then robbing life is what the whole point of it. So it's not Ares. Ares would be stupid. It would be either Hades or where they might actually have to work with Hades, at least spiritually. You might, you know, and like hint towards things and how they have to put an end to and reconnect. You know, they might have to work with one of the villains at some point, possibly. It's I don't know. It's an interesting. I feel like I think that would stray into sickness. So I think it has to go back to its roots. Meaning so when you go to Pirates of the Caribbean 7 or the end of Pirates of the Caribbean 6, when you have the, you know, the ghost of Davy Jones warning, haunting Will Turner. The witches are obviously rising and aware of what's coming, but not 100%. There's going to be a more than likely some kind of witch uprising in the background going on. There's going to be like the consequences of what happened, and there's going to be Ghost Cortez himself, um, and Davy Jones, and gonna say like warning him, you know, uh, you know, that he of the what was unleashed. When you have no Grim Reaper, no one to maintain death, and you break the lock. You break the lock to Davy Jones' locker. You break the lock. You break what separates life and death, and it comes spilling out. And it's not entirely the contents, because that's you're gonna see pretty much all the contents spill out in the first film, Pirates 2 and 6, but you're gonna see what Davy Jones was really talking about and what Cortez is telling, uh, because Captain Jack Sparrow is not communicating with Davy Jones; he's communicating with Cortez. So it's like you're gonna see a villain that is very much connected to the roots of the lore that's going to emerge, villain or villains. I feel villains. I keep thinking heathen gods now, because it really is Pirates of the Caribbean, the Curse of the Black Pearl, the whole responsibility of that, and having, what was behind all that coming back from the very connection to the roots that would explain and go back into who the fuck these gods were, and what happened to the fate of these Nordic gods, and how they were banished, and what happened when there was this war amongst gods, and how the Greek gods, banished them. And then it's like, and how they placed this curse, this like all these enchantments on the sea to lock back and make, and like they were, it was their way, it was their cherry on their Grim Reaper. So it's, and now, there's gonna have to come another type of, you know this, and so it's, yeah, times are changing. Life, is being stolen, time's being stolen, death's being stolen. There's a lot more stakes rise for the taking. And these people aren't just in for it for gold. These gods are, so why would some gods be connected to it? I don't know. It's just an idea. To build in to to come from the consequences, and to build into a really good villain that connects back to the roots. I feel like Cortez is an essential character that needs to be associated with probably not just 6, but even 7. So we need to find. I mean, who would play Cortez? Come on now, Cortez. I keep forgetting his name. I think that's a clear casting choice. Who would be in Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and 7 to play Cortez? You'd play the ghost of Cortez, which is Will Turner's, and Billy, whatever Turner's uh, ancestor would be. I'm gonna look it up. Give me a second. I got my phone. The guy who played is going to play Mr. Fantastic, but was in The Last of Us. Pedro. I would cast him to play. Uh, Actually, he would be a great choice um, to play the character of Cortez. He'd be one of the choices at least, for sure. And we only need him really for at least for the sixth movie, maybe seventh. And if it is in the seventh, he's gonna have less screen time in the seventh. But I feel like the cast of villain, like who would be a great actor to cast as a villain? I think, like I said, like who are these heathen gods? Like what is unleashed? And you have these ghosts in the sixth film, and you have witches and ghosts in the sixth film to deal with, in the contents of spilling out, and what's happening to the world and the change. So there ain't really a lead villain in the sixth film. I feel like there shouldn't be, because I feel like it needs to turn the consequence into the main villain. I feel like, and build off that vibe and feeling and what it's like to live in that era as well, and to be haunted by choices, and like so like Cortez coming back and all this stuff, and then having uh which also is able to hire the actor who plays Captain Barbosa to return as well, to play in it as well. And not as much as he has in the previous movies, but he would be able to still at least speak to his daughter again. Because I would have, obviously, uh, his daughter would be in the sixth film and seventh film, and so would Will Turner's and Elizabeth Turner's son. And there would obviously eventually build into a romance probably there at some point. I don't think it would rush into it though, like they did with Will Turner. I think their chemistry will grow slower in the sixth, and then will connect more in the seventh during all the stuff, and they won't be getting married in the seventh, but they'll truly establish their their love side in the seventh. I mean, I do feel like I can get away with putting the Demeter in the sixth movie though, and just doing it right and hiding this potential villain for a future movie that isn't gonna be in the seventh. Either hiding that in the sixth or seventh movie, like as a really neat Easter egg for for people, but not. I just want to give people the taste, but not give them certainty. I want to give them uncertainty on purpose. So, but also mystery, like with that scene. like whether it's in the sixth or seventh, and it can't be taking up any big screen time. It has to just be able to mesh seamlessly into another scene in the background as like cameo. Like clearly, like if there's ghost ships or something connected, you could see this type of stuff. Because I feel like there's ghosts. I think we're gonna see ghosts. I think for sure in the six. No matter who the hell does it, I feel like people are gonna do that at least in some way. But and then what I would do the movie in part one, part two, but I'd build in and then go in for the seventh as a huge action adventure because the sixth is more of a consequential kind of like really cool, darker kind of spiritual, ominous tone, riddled in mystery, but also riddled in the contents of the consequences of breaking the seal, the lock, and not having a Grim Reaper. Stuff like that. Then at the end, the villain. Who's the villain? That's still up for debate. I think it could be the heathen gods. One thing's for certain, it's something that is connected to the gods that the Greek gods feared. This is why I win against Hades, unless it is a Greek god someone that they, someone that is a very big, much powerful villain. It's going to not just when you see the ending of the sixth film, it's gonna stand up, go from spine chilling atmosphere into like holy fuck, like like ready, like adrenaline, like holy shit, this is stepping up its game, like type ending. So getting people excited for the seventh, and then having that seventh pay off for when people go into the theater instantly with not just the karma, but this time what the fuck the karma was really what the really the big bads that were being held behind, why it was so damn important and what they unchained, and them not actually knowing entirely the full until the end of the sixth, which would go right into the seventh with these magnificent evil fuckers that are powerful, a lot more powerful than they ever had. I could see ships on fire that thrive with fire. Like I said, I could even see Hades on a fucking ship from hell. Like I'm talking like some big fucking crazy villains that have never been associated with the ride ever, like coming in into like some big crazy like levels of gods and the heathen gods. I'm talking Nordic and Greek combos that connects to every single film, but connects to the more deeper roots. I'm talking about a big game changer. That's what I'm saying. And there is a way to combat it. I've already thought about that. We're gods too. Sacrifices and rituals, they've already had the answer. I think everybody knows why it's so important to have the witches in the sixth film in the background as well, because they're going to play a role in the seventh film as well. And the pirates are going to be able to make it happen because the pirates are going to be the ones that are going to be able to take on these monstrous entities of the sea. And I may actually have Cortez actually come back differently. And I might actually be able to make it work for without making it stupid for Captain Barbossa as well to be in the seventh in a bigger way than I originally planned to be a part of the combat. Since we're talking about the dead after all, versing gods that were also imprisoned behind there, like the gods that Poseidon and Zeus didn't want. Like you're talking like a hell for the worst of the worst. Maybe Dracula will be in the movie as well. I mean, there's a lot of cool screen shit. I mean, that's saying something. If you can get a big widescreen IMAX cinematic scene like that in a suspenseful horror thriller based on the piracy of breaking a lock on the contents of death itself, the barrier of death itself, and slowly easing into what the hell Davy Jones is warning about and haunting Will Turner over, and Cortez himself being able to come back, which will make things interesting because, like I said, there's lots of chemistry there between even Johnny Depp's character, Captain Jack Sparrow, if he's interested in going down that road, with a lot of other people that would definitely sign up for that script. And obviously Elizabeth Turner, because they're gonna, like I said, I mean it. They're gonna need the King of the Pirates to take on the threat of the seventh film. She's still the King of the Pirates. I would have so much fun making this movie. We already have it. Like now, I am seeing now a lot more clear. A giant cinematic. Like I said, I always felt like the holy fuck like ending to get people like super excited. Like that builds in and then goes into it. And then the seventh, because you get to have some fun with like ghosts and hauntings with the sixth. That's why there's a lot of things I have in mind for the sixth film that you get to have fun with. I think the fans will have fun with as well. That would before they get the big bads, and I could see it on IMAX, like all these ships from the dead. Like I'm talking not just these ghost ships that you'll see and other ships that you will see in the sixth that could be associated and riddled with mystery, but I'm talking like ships that burn, even like all sorts of different things that are created by gods themselves. I'm not talking about the gods that, you know, are supposed to watch over the world, but play some part of creation. I'm talking about these gods that are the gods locked away, like the evil, all the evil monstrosities that were like hell locked behind the barriers of Davy Jones' locker, type of stuff, unable to escape, now unleashed upon the world. I can actually see that as clear as day. Like an Impic 7th movie. Like, just like, maybe even Poseidon will make an appearance. You're talking like some next level shit. That would be cool with them because then they're like having to verse them in the same way that they were connected before. Enchantments and curses. It's called witches, covenants, witches. They're gonna be sailing with the pirates. They'll be they're gonna need all the manpower and, uh, you know, enchantments and spells and rituals and really cool type of combat scenarios with ships and cannons, and when they're going up against these gods, because they can't just use regular cannonballs to fight them, which is going to make some really cool scenes with the actors going back and forth on, getting to experience the fighting scenes, but with difference. The difference are they're unfamiliar, trying not to use these fucking, these enchantments and spells like weapons and things to enhance the shit. So they'll be running around, I'm sure, clueless. It'd be funny. I want to see these heathen gods as well. And I want to see them all on a shot at the very end of the sixth, because I want you to know what's coming when you watch that ending. I want the fans to know what's coming. I want them to know that the seventh movie is for real. Like, it is a big, big movie. Dude, I can see fucking Dracula, fucking a vampire pirate that took over fucking the Demeter, like flying up and taking out fucking, transform into the bat thing, taking out pirates. Oh hell yeah! But he's not the main villain. There's just one of the many villains that were trapped. He's not even a god. He's just like a damned creation. This is why I think I'm gonna do it all. Fuck it. This, like I said, it would be all out. You only get to do this once. So, and if I'm only doing Pirates of the Caribbean once, I'm doing two. I'm gonna at least do two. I want to do two movies back to back, and I want the first movie to be very ghostly, like 90% of the movie to be very paranormal, supernatural, ghosty, but piratey as well, vibes, and stay, very connected to the roots, and at the same time, Cortez and the consequences. I want Davy Jones the actor who played Davy Jones to return. I want the actor who played Captain Barbossa as well, and I want the witches to be able to rise in the background, so it gives them time to establish as well, because they're in. I want them to be aware. I want them to know what's coming, but not be 100% vocal about it. There's going to be more. I have to cast at least one more big name for a witch leader for sure, because we're going to need uh, to look into uh, actors and actresses to play witches. So, according to the Pirates universe, so the Caribbean universe, so we're looking for brand new people as well for the sixth. And Pirates. And believe it or not, I actually am one of the few people that probably care about this, but uh, Zoe, I thought she's a big name, and her character was given crap a lot, but she was in the first movie. That maybe it would be fun to have her come back, maybe as a pirate ghost if she's interested, to play a pirate ghost. Because I can see right now all these dams lined up, like in this giant cinematic scene of like Hades' ship, the Demeter, all these ships in a combat scenario, and then on the other side, what you have pirates, ghosts, and witches. I love it because that means Captain Bubbles is back. I just read him back. That means Davy Jones is back. My favorite character is back. I get literally, he's on their team because he knows how important it is to have the lock, the Flying Dutchman, the responsibility. Davy Jones is probably my all-time favorite for sure. I'd love to see that character come back. But I don't want him to come back like rushed. I really feel like he should haunt Will Turner. Like I swear to God, I could see these cinematic scenes in my mind where his shadow is just as I show, like the shadow of Davy Jones at the after credits. Like, but I was sitting here thinking, his shadow is Davy Jones. When he looks in the mirror, is David Jones. He's gonna be haunted by Davy Jones in the sixth film before Davy Jones' ghosts come back, and I'd be able to have him come back with you know fucking ghost pirates, like to have them be able to have actors come back, and then I have like Cortez, a brand new actor casted to play Cortez. So it's like, yeah, so it's like all these, and then the witches, brand new actors to play the witches as well, with the returning actress from the last movie. So just like lined up the king of pirates, returning, fucking Keira Knightley, with not just one scene. She gets to, or two small scenes that she had in the movie. She gets to have the lead of the King of the Pirates. Just like I'll be casting someone to play the lead of um the witches. Who's actually key to um that's a great question. Because I don't, there's no ruler to the ghost. I believe the ghost pirates are going to be, when we're looking at this, is going to be connected to whoever is going to be the next Grim Reaper. And so we have to be careful and pick. So it's like, remember it's Vampire Diaries with the witch and how spirits can go through her because she's the door. Like, I feel like there's going to be a character that is attuned with that is more than likely going to be a witch. So I might end up doing something looking for a new actor or actress that is interested for potentially returning, that wants to keep returning and being attached to that, and doesn't have like love to lose and all this stuff, that is open for this stuff. Like someone who will bring new life to that. So if if there is going to be an eighth film, or another movie later on, so it's for which I may not do, but someone else might. So just like open that up. So looking for uh, someone who can. Maybe it will just go back to Davy Jones, but he didn't really do his job correctly, so I would assume that it wouldn't go back to him unless you wanted to reboot it all. I feel I do feel like it's gonna go to someone else, though that part it will, but someone brand new. But you're gonna get, like, I will still have that honor of having, like, Davy Jones return, and Captain Jack Sparrow, and Captain Will Turner, and Captain Barbosa, Captain King, uh, Elizabeth Swan, with all the witches and ghosts, Cortez, Master Gibbs, um, all the pirates can come back. Every single one, including the dead. If they died, they can come back. That's that's the cool part about it, because it's gonna be ghosts, witches, and pirates that are gonna verse like the monstrosities and like Hades, Dracula. Like, we're not talking one big ship battle here. We're talking multiple big ship battles in the seventh movie. And the sixth, you're not, there might, they'll, the sixth film is more about the creepy side of the sea more than the action side. So it's like most of the movie. So going in like as a haunting direction, like what happens with disappearances on ships, what happens with the consequences. Like there's all these really neat things that you can do while everything is spilling out, while the dead are creeping back into people's lives, while the witches are, and it's it's like if you steal, if you rob, if you break the barrier and you are robbing the time and of what or the knowledge of what everyone knew, and it's just like kind of like coming in, but you're also giving back every bit of knowledge that was ever connected all the way to the very beginning with Cortez and the heathen gods. Like it's 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 like all coming full circle, but starting slowly. I mean, Cortez is gonna. I have every intention on Cortez playing more, having quite, some more screen time than people might think in the sixth film, though. But like Spirit, because I feel like Johnny Depp is gonna go be out there with his Black Pearl, and he's gonna have an interesting, funny experience with ghosts. You might even see a ship, like some weird shit. So it's like, because I actually think the ghosts are going to team up with, I think something's going to bring the ghosts to work with the pirates and the witches because this threat is so big and bad. Because I think that you're going to need, you know, help as well. Pirates, ghosts, witches versus monstrosities and evil gods that were locked away and forbidden to leave hell. That was connected to, you know, death with, one of the multi layers of death, I guess. Somewhere there also goes to hell, I'm sure. So I'm talking like big villains. I stress like the importance of not rushing into that because I feel like that this movie is perfect for creepy, weird, spiritual. Like, remember that first scene in Pirates of the Caribbean when Elizabeth Swann and they find Will Turner and they see the mist? Like, we're talking like even more spookier than that. We're returning ghosts of the sea in some really, not returning. It's actually really showing you like what happened to the barrier and how it's literally faded into this world, and it's just like these spirits coming in. I think it's going to be fun and also something that's going to make things interesting, and I think having it trickle in is more fun and more important than having that rush in. Like, everybody is game for returning as long as they're not rushed, is what I think. If they rush it, they could really kill the energy, kill it. But it's in a bad way. It's just like, I don't, like, I feel like at ease, and then giant cinematic ending. Like, the ending is a different vibe and tone itself, though, to get people excited. Like, I want people to, when they go watch the movie, they feel like they're experiencing like a trickling, growing effect that's giving them new sensations, but also giving them like a return to to of like like a payoff that is connecting to all the movies, mostly the first movie, because I want, like I said, Cortez and what the importance of the Flying Dutchman and all this stuff to have this feeling, and with witches and pirates, to be more, I guess, if they're to be more leveled and start to raise, but very slowly trickling in and having really creepy elements like spirits and ghost ships, and seeing how the world's changing, with these witches in the background and being aware of what's coming and getting ready to Will Turner being haunted and like by Davy Jones. Like, you can't escape that haunting. That tentacle guy is returning, but he's returning exclusively for Will Turner for most of the movie, to drive him insane into a direction, to push his character to to stand up and get ready for war, or to face the consequences of why and what just happened. What really just happened is that the barrier and the seal of death has just been broken. You've just unlifted that curse, that enchantment with the trident. So you can damn well rest assured the dead are coming. And I mean not just the dead. There are things that are not meant for this world. And he's talking like monstrous things, like in evil gods. I'm talking the Demeter even having an appearance. Nobody owns Dracula. That's what I love about it. They can use Dracula. So they can have Dracula and the Demeter if they want to. They can have Hades. No one owns Hades. Show up on a burning fucking ship from hell. We're talking like, if you could think of it, like if it's associated either with a monstrosity that's ever been connected to the ocean that isn't an IP that someone owns, then you can have it as a villain. You're talking Hades. You're talking, you need the heathen gods. The heathen gods are for those who are familiar with the curse of Cortez. So and Cortez is obviously going to fight alongside, the pirates as one of the, what I call the pirate ghosts, but he'll be there, you know, with, he's going to be on their side, versing these monstrosities, which the heathen gods are going to be not on their side. The heathen gods are going to be on the side with like all those evil, monstrosities. So you might even see fucking Thor. I mean, anything goes when it comes to to these. And when you do, you gotta go all out on these ships. And I mean well, I mean ships. These ships need to represent where they come from. So if you cannot put Thor on a Greek ship. You have to have like Thor with his Nordic elements coming out, right? Like, just like you need Hades, like riding hell. If you want Dante, he needs to be in his own kind of inspired inferno, right? It's, if you want a demonic side. But if you want like uh Dracula, there's no greater ship for Dracula than the Demeter itself. And I could see this son of a bitch literally whoosh, whipping out and taking out pirates. Like, like he's a flying monster, for God's sakes. Like, I could see this horrifying creature like coming at them, like in just like, dude, I could just envision it. I'm like obsessed with this now. That last scene is like a glory shot of like showing you what's coming, and like all these monsters. The sky is all fucked up and different. Like, it's almost like each ship is affecting the sky differently, and it's all combining in the air, coming from the ships themselves, the entities. And it's not just one cloud. It's like this, all these custom, like cloud weathering effects coming from each ship while they're sailing towards probably the Black Pearl. So it's like coming in from there, like that opening, that ending scene will, you know, go into the seventh. Or it's just showing you it's going to be the seventh. The sixth is, like I said, like, if you're going to do even Johnny Depp's family Easter eggs, or, I mean, Captain Jack Sparrow. That's how bad it is. Captain Jack Sparrow. uh, Easter eggs uh, in the, like, his family, the sixth is to do it. So, like, as well, like, there's room for humor, there's room for creepy and leveling up, like when it comes to the dead, but the focus is the spill of content from the consequence itself easing into the world, so it gives growth and time for, like, so because we don't have all the witches, they don't have all the witches, so you have to cast new actors. So it's like, and have and build into a combat scenario, so which will go into the seventh, so they can actually do the combat. But it's like when they go into that seventh movie with the combat, you have to realize that there's going to be like things they're going to need. So expect like at least a mini quest inside the movie for something in particular. Like, it's not just going to be a giant fighting movie, but there will be action and adventure elements and things. Like, I wouldn't be a bit surprised uh if Penelope Cruz brings along she found the fucking Firestone or something, and she's using it as a weapon. I'm talking things like that that will pay off to, like, if she ever found it. Yeah, she must. If she found it, she's using it as a damn weapon against them. So it's like doing things like that, and like, I think I love the seventh. I do, but I also stress the importance of the sixth as a level, though, leveling up and not into the rush, because I want to feel and still have that creepy, spooky side, which you can't get that full creepy, spooky side with an action adventure. You see what I'm saying? So there's elements and comedy, like just moments to spend some time on the ship of the aftermath, of a ship that everybody's familiar with, and to what would it be like to see a ghost ship? We're seeing this stuff right in the first movie. So, but we're able to see, like, because the ghosts are going to be trickling in to the first film. So I expect to see ghosts in that film, but I also expect to see witches. And this, anything that goes down is going to be more like a dance, like a song. Like if they do fight, it's because they're gonna team up anyway because of what's coming. So it's like that's why I'm saying there ain't a big villain in this movie because the villain of this movie is the atmosphere, the consequences, the karma of uplifting the enchantment, of breaking the barrier between life and death, and no one to guard it, no one to drag your ass to hell, if they have to. So it's none of these, no Grim Reaper, there's no Flying Dutchman, which clearly there's consequences for. And I think everyone saw that hinted in the after credit scene when Davy Jones, the Easter egg with Davy Jones. So I believe that is them confirming that they are going to at least do something with karma or consequences of uplifting. So I do expect the actor who plays. I really hope he will come back the actor for Davy Jones. I do expect him to return. And I believe before he comes back as a full-fledged ghost, he's going to haunt in Will Turner, and it's gonna, some of it will be funny, some of it will be scary. Like I want a little of both. I like that fear in comedy that pirates can have, so but more grounded, and so it's like when you're looking at this this creepy element before he is full ghost pirate, because I do see this there because we can't be bringing back people entirely from the dead. We, when you break the barrier, I'm feeling like I love the idea of not just having all these monsters and gods and these evil atrocities that they first against, which is all these diverse, uh, you know, horrific beings in the seventh, but to have pirates, witches, and ghosts fighting alongside each other against these threats. So that's why, and that's like I'm like Davy Jones is back, Captain Morose is back. They're not alive, but they get to return as ghosts. And obviously, when they fix the issue at the end of the seventh movie, then all the ghosts obviously go to rest, but maybe one might stay for comedic reasons or to make things interesting. One ghost, I feel like, will stay for sure to make things interesting. Like I could see a ghost actually right now in my head, like leaning up against like a ship or something on a ship while they're out at sea. Perhaps eating an apple, a ghost apple, like somewhat interesting. I know how much people would think I might be talking about Captain Barbossa, but I'm actually talking about Cortez. I might keep that Cortez around for potential future projects. The Ghost Cortez. And who is the new Grim Reaper? A brand new character that I'll introduce in the sixth that you won't know because they're not the Grim. They'll become the Grim Reaper in the seventh. They will take on the responsibility. I'm actually thinking it's gonna be like, I'm feeling like it might be someone who will do. It has to be someone who's going to do the right thing. Because Davy Jones ain't going to do the right thing. So Davy Jones isn't returning to do that. So uh, he's just returning to make sure that someone does it. Though he is returning to make sure because he's at least fighting for that cause. There's realizing that, yeah, this is a necessity. Even though he's not going to get along and he's going to torment Will Turner, like, for sure. Oh my god. I'm talking scare the living hell out of him, even when him being annoyed and wondering, like waking up and like can't sleep because Davy Jones is haunting you. That's the beauty of Pirates. It's dark, but it's also able to have dark, different types of, dark humor integrated into it. I don't think he's gonna get scared, but I do think he's gonna get probably like taken aback for sure, or almost might even at some point expect it and say something clever. Like I could totally see his character, like because he took on the job, he knows how important it was, and he's got to have an idea of what will happen. Um, or he might not know 100%, but he's gonna have definitely an idea. So it's of what could happen. So he's definitely going to feel partly responsible. I don't think he'll take it back up. I think though because he'll be able to. I would end it where he can go back. He can go with his family still. So and they could. That would be a happy ending for them. But it will be giving the Flying Dutchman and its captain will exist. It would just be given to a brand new actor or actress. Which will bring new life, I think, because if they like what they're doing and they have to be able to command shit and go about things. Yes, I could see that. At the very end, obviously the seventh. Because, to be honest, the Flying Dutchman may never return again after the seventh movie. Anyway, so unless they reboot the franchise, which I wouldn't reboot it. Like I said, I think there's at least two really good movies left in the current franchise, and a potential spin-off for an eighth. And if there is a spin-off, then obviously if there is a ghost in it, there will only be Cortez. There won't be other spirits. There'll just be one. If there is, it'll be mostly, and there probably won't be any witches either. It'll probably just be a full Pirates movie. The eighth. But I don't think I'd make that. Like, because I'd put all my energy into making the sixth and seventh movie perfect. To the point I wouldn't need to make an eighth, because the eighth would be watered down anyway. It would just go back to the roots. It would basically just be like if someone wanted them to do something on the side, I would leave it open so someone could. But I don't think anyone would be able to top me, though. My seventh movie would definitely be untoppable. No one would ever be able to compete with my Pirates of the Caribbean. Every single character. The heathen gods, Dracula, to Hades. You name it. In that last ending scene of the sixth movie. And go right into the big ass fun action adventure of the seventh. The sixth is more uh, what would you call that? Because I wouldn't call it action adventure. More, it's still an adventure movie, but I'd call it more of a comedic, a haunting. Uh, fuck, what is it called? Remember with Dante's Inferno, the comedy, I forget the fuck now. I can't even think properly. I said it. I know it. I said it before. Oh, the Divine Comedy. But with horror elements. Like, you just gonna release this shit upon the world. But Davy Jones can't be too comedic. He can't break character. He has to really, you know, push Will Turner into getting prepared. Because I hope Orlando Bloom is up for it because he's gonna have much more than just a couple scenes in the next movie if I'm in charge. And Keira Knightley will be alongside him. She'll join him. Because she's going to have to, uh, you know, in the beginning of the seventh movie, she's going to have to step up as king. Right in the beginning, she's going to have to, you'll see her. She'll be leading the pirates. Actually, Orlando Bloom would probably be the key at first. Like, he is tied to, was the last person tied to it, so he might be leading the ghost. Obviously, Captain Jack Sparrow is going to be all over the place. You know, Can you imagine boarding a ghost ship and then just fall into the water? That's a Johnny Depp scene for sure. That's a Captain Jack Sparrow scene. We have some fun. Wouldn't expect anything too crazy from the sixth movie, but you can expect humor and spooky elements that all lead up, that aren't pointless, that all will lead up to something, like the main premises. What's it like to be on the, sailing as well, and witnessing a lot of things happening, like Davy Jones's content slowly, you know, spilling out, the barriers broken, the witches rising in the background being prepared. They're not going to assemble, like, the witches, ghosts, and pirates aren't going to assemble for combat in the sixth movie. Because that's part of the beginning, the opening, the seventh movie I've always saw. That's going to lead in. It's going to start with action because London's going to be engulfed in darkness. Because they're not restrained just to ships. The ships are just some kind of stylish shit that they decide to do, I guess you could say. Something like that. But they all are connected, unless you're like Dracula. It's even more connected. I could see some hideous shit and fire, like some weird god dude on fire that's actually could be considered terrifying to look at. That you could say is Hades. Guy just keeps burning. Some weird shit. It'll be fun. The badass ship. Ships in general. You say the legions of the damned, some could say. Actually, that's not even be the title of the seventh movie because it's, kind of the whole point. Because they're fighting to rule and dominate and rule, dominate, and horrific, you know, terrorize the world while they're fighting to restore balance and put the damned back into place. I mean, they're both legions of the damned, proverbially, but just their allegiances lie differently with how the damned should, where the damned should be. And they're both fighting for the damned, but they're fighting basically to relocate it, to place it back, and to contain it, to abolish the atrocities. Could be a working title. Legions of the Damned. Pirates of the Caribbean and the Legions of the Damned. possibly, because I mean, it doesn't not make sense. I mean, there's room for growth, and it could be a way cooler name. I mean, it is a Legion of the Damned, and they are also a Legion of the Damned, just the because it's pirates and you know ghosts and witches versing all these monstrosities and heathen gods and Nordic and Greek evil Nordic and Greek gods and monsters. Who would be a good one to put on into the battle that no one owns? Dracula would be great because, like I said, the Demeter. Uh, I'm open for ideas because I think there's room as long as it's associated with what you think would be damned, that it was trapped in basically Davy Jones's version of hell, of basically what he would have had locked up, and or what you know hell you think Pirates of the Caribbean would be holding. What would the holding cell? What would be, because you only get one shot at this, and obviously it's not just one villain. So you got to think big. That this is probably a lot of villains and a lot of really cool ships too. I'm game. You name it, and if it makes sense, they're a part of the Legion of the Damned. Either side. What would Pirates of the Caribbean 6 be called? If I was making it, something that's haunting, ghostly. I mean, they have it worked right now as a day at sea or something like that. A day at the sea or a day at sea or something. Which reminds me of a bottle, for some reason. Like Groundhog's Day. When I hear that name, I think of if you put Groundhog's Day in a bottle, um, just the name itself gives off Groundhog's vibe. But also, like, there's no death. I mean, there's, no, the death is coming back. So it's like, it almost makes me think it's a working title, mostly for Johnny Depp's Captain Jack Sparrow, because I do feel like that's what they were leaning on when they were naming that, and they weren't counting on Will Turner's and the Witch's necessities, to be integrated. Because I think what they were looking at was what I'm seeing is Johnny Depp being out at sea and and having that vibe of him being out at sea as captain, and still I guarantee that no matter what, I feel like there's going to be ghosts, that they felt they were going to at least somehow trickle uh, in somehow with things, while it's like the consequences and their own take, but it'd be more bottled and wouldn't, and that would ultimately not lead to anything. It would basically be a standalone movie. Like I would make differences. I would keep all that, believe it or not, but I would also tweak it up, make differences, and add uh, the witches and Will Turner and more ghosts, obviously, that would lead in because the witches are going to know what's coming. Davy Jones is going to know what's coming. So it's like I feel like they're going to be, having hints but not fully telling you until the end. Like one of them might say the Legion of the Damned at the end, and then it will possibly be allowed to have my giant cinematic holy shit moment where they have all of these custom uh, ships to the worst of the worst of the bad of the bad, basically breaking out of hell. Maybe it is more bottled and suppressed. There's, I feel it is because I'm sensing right now that A Day at the Sea is gonna be mostly exclusive to Master Gibbs and and Captain Jack Sparrow, and sadly they'll find a way to write like Orlando Bloom and Keira Knightley out, which I think is absurd. What a waste! Like I I think they need to be written in, but and be a much bigger part than what they'll probably do. But Cortez is straight out of the books, so it's not like I made that up too. So the ghost of Cortez is on a ship that I recall a scene in my head from a book, a Pirates of the Caribbean book. So it's like it's nothing new. So it makes sense that the ghost of Cortez would be making its debut, would be showing up in the sixth film, no matter who makes it, unless they really don't know or have never read the book or don't care. It should be a damn shame. I am falling asleep, going on and on and on again. How would I spend like 6 hours just on babbling about Pirates of the Caribbean? Jesus. What a potential waste of time. That could be turned into something great one day. I mean, it took a lot of peer pressure, I like to think. It took a lot of peer pressure to get Beetlejuice 2 active, which is one of my most anticipated movies of this year, so I'm really hoping that it stays true to what I was saying and what I was pushing for, because I also want a spin-off and a sequel already. My Beetlejuice always said, but it wouldn't be the first time if it flopped and failed, though, of something I pushed for. But it wouldn't be the first time of something I pushed for and succeeded. either. But I mean, Zombieland 2 was a huge disappointment for me. I was a huge Zombieland 1 fan, but not so much Zombieland 2. Because I would have done things a lot different. I'm not mad about the new zombies. I think they kind of wasted not doing more with that. But I do also believe, and it can't be a horror movie because Zombieland wasn't really a horror movie. It was a horror. It was a gory comedy. You know, you could say with based off zombies and living in the zombie apocalypse. It was more of a comedy with an excellent cast. And I actually think that's where they went wrong. Is the moment that they went towards the doppelganger thing, the whole like they started to do these characters to represent their characters, and it started to actually take the life away from the previous characters because I never intended that many actors to be alive in Zombieland 2. I had my script was going to be more focused on really only introducing one new character that was going to stay and having one character show up to die because I had a poetic scene as well. So in my script, but I also was going to have zombies evolve and spend more times on the evolution of the zombies as well, but with comedic purposes. I mean, it wouldn't be a horror fest film, and there would have been a little bit more flashback scenes to the past for sure, because I recall having a couple more relating comparisons for comedic reasons, including Hannah Montana. I had a scene literally where Miley Cyrus, with the best of both worlds scene written for Zombieland 2. She wasn't going to survive, but it's just I thought it was just a callback. Could have showed you something really neat if she was down for it. I had every intention on hiring Miley for it. She would have been in Zombieland 2. I have a hunch. I hope so. I feel like she would have been if I at least showed her that. It was like, and plus it would give her an excuse if she ever did. I think it would be neat to see her even possibly make fun of her character, and if she wants to go back and try to put on something. I mean, obviously she's a lot older, but that's kind of the point. There's some funny things that can come out of that, and she could kick ass. But I would have focused more on the characters, obviously, that we already had, because I think they had an excellent cast to begin with. Uh, those four main actors would still, but I would have introduced a fifth character. But not all these characters, like fifth character, would stay. But it turned out different, went in a completely different direction. Uh, Shit on itself in many ways and didn't spend enough time in certain directions. Uh, it took bits and pieces of good things that could have worked, but then, like I said, just really bad time investments. It felt like with the zombie and even when they started to dabble with the new zombies, they just didn't invest enough time into those scenes and into uh, writing material to make it, Zombieland, which is an gory adventure comedy that has, enjoy the little things, but also other rules, and going and seeing how they're adapting and living and learning in life. Let's say if you called me up right now, they called me up right now and was like and I was able to get to them. And we were like, they said, if I'm interested in actually doing a Zombieland movie to take over, I would just, I would be like, I would do it, but I would be like, as long as it's not a sequel to Zombieland 2, and it's a sequel to Zombieland 1, but not Zombieland 2. If I could pretend Zombieland 2 didn't exist and just rewrite, then I would. That's the only way I'd do Zombieland 2. It would basically be interesting for people that like it because you'd basically be saying, yeah, well, it's a choose your own adventure if you want that other one. But I wouldn't remake the first movie. I would just literally, you know, make a better sequel. And I even have the nerve to probably call it Zombieland 2, at least, and just put it up there as a statement for the title. I was like, I'm sure James Gunn has his reasons for why he's not calling Superman Legacy. So it's just like Superman. It's like, what is Superman? Well, obviously, well, I'm assuming we're talking about the old-fashioned Superman. Then, if we're going by old-fashioned Superman, he's powerful, but he always does. He's the Superman that literally, yes, does the cheesy things like saves a cat out of a tree. The difference is that I think that he's gonna have Lex Luthor, like from the actual comics, get a suit, and it's gonna make things more of an action at some point. See, I'm kind of almost sensing his movie to be more slower than what people anticipate on, because I feel like it's going to. I almost feel like his Superman movie is going to, as he said, be reconnecting to his idea what the character is, and I can expect him in Kansas or back on the farm, and I can expect if Lex Luthor is the main villain, I can expect him probably to go into the Authority. So I don't actually think people are think they're going to go in and watch Superman as an action movie, fighting movie. I think you'll get that at the end. I think James will provide that at the end, a taste. But I don't think you're going to get that in most of the movie. I think you're going to get him connecting and reconnecting and being very family based. I bet you more than anything, he might save a dog out of a tree instead of a cat because it is James. He might change something up like that, but they'll save something out of a tree or somewhere. So because that's Superman, right? He does those little things. So I'm sure he'll just change it up he might change it up. I just have a sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll keep it like a cat or something. But I do feel like there'll be little differences, but probably not at the same time. because I think Lex Luthor is going to be the only villain, really, probably, and we'll go into the Authority, where you'll probably get most of the action. That movie will probably be a straight up versus film on who the hell's in charge and how things should be ran. So that's gonna be so that's how I read it. That's how I read it. I am going to crash. Talking too much. I actually wrote a couple scripts, different takes on a lot of rough drafts on DC characters. I had even a Scarecrow script, a standalone Scarecrow, a couple of them, and takes, and Lady Arkham as well. I even had a script where I saw Scarecrow and Lady Arkham on actually the same cover of a poster when I was designing for a potential Batman movie, but as villains. So I did sense that whoever we cast as Scarecrow would be like inflicted by his past, and I always wanted to, at least when I was writing, that some kind of like religious theme, but at the same time like horrific scene where like if you had people that were involved in the medical field but they were abusive, like some of the worst people behind the scenes, and I wanted him to come from a like a horrible background. So I always saw it keeping that and but building on to that to Jonathan Crane and watching him be tormented and then channeling his torment into his obsession with drugs. And in this particular case of the psychology of the fear drug. And it was my also way when like that was a standalone movie. He was it was a movie about Scarecrow, uh, and and actually I didn't even have Batman in the movie. Like I've had a couple ideas of where he would play small scenes in the movie, but it was that uh, that would piss him off. I think I saw like a scene where he put someone in jail that he absolutely felt like should have been killed. Like Scarecrow, I my Scarecrow, I sensed would have its own kind of enemy that would within as well, because just like I always sensed keeping whenever I would get to the Joker and the Penguin, I always sensed like having them be villains as much as having the Penguin versus Two-Face. I saw that actually, in the background before. Like, I saw Oswald Cobblepot and Harvey Dent election posters. Like, I saw that before I even had, you know, written anything about it. It was like instantly something I saw that was going on in the background. Uh, but they weren't even close as like being associated with the movie. They were just kind of like in the background. But political wars, basically. You'd see them on the news and shit, but the characters that would play them for future movies is what the idea was. And and obviously I always had Vicky Vale doing the news because first of all, Lady Arkham, I kept Vicky Vale as Lady Arkham, so I had Vicky because I really like the Vicky Vale Lady Arkham because she is the most unlikely person you'd imagine. She's in the spotlight. She records and it keeps up with the news. And I thought when I looked at her character, I felt like she was real. Like this was something she was doing that was real, but also hiding a side of her from a trauma experience that when I was writing it, it was to due to the uh, was it? I think I used the I think I had Volcone cartel, but it was the sex trade, and she was uh, a victim that got away and was sent to the Arkham Asylum when she was a kid. When and how she managed to get away was really Alice in Wonderland type theme. I saw in my head like that she was going to have maybe a book or something that was like one poetry book or something was probably going. I saw like Alice in Wonderland the book, but I also saw that she was able to break her chains and get out of the room. And she finds herself in this house. It's just a normal house, and gets a kitchen knife. She doesn't run away. Instead, she stabs her captors to death with basically a kitchen knife and is covered in their blood. And I saw like she was going to be uh, amongst the children of Arkham, and that was where she was going to find her footing in the background, where she. So if you do detective work, she covers her shit up very well and prepares for basically aware that Batman, is a detective, but she also, is known for feeding, and taking care of, the other Arkham, but she changed her name because her last name is actually Arkham anyway. In the comics, her real last is actually uh she has that last name. I forget. I think it is Arkham. So she's connected directly to the city. She's like she's a victim. And instead of keeping that name, she actually changed her name and kept with her passion, like to she liked adventures before she was abducted and like you know the pursuit of knowledge. So she in the spotlight. So I was like, yep, news reporter. And anyone that knows the character, she, no one really sees who she is because she always wears the doctor mask, the long doctor mask. And she also has other people who wear it too. She has the Arkham patients because she has ties. The difference is that I also had her meet uh, Jonathan Crane before he became a doctor. He was with her in Arkham Asylum, or in the Arkham Orphanage even. So after their incidences of what occurred, before they went down their separate career paths, she became the news reporter anchor, and he became uh, a pharmaceutical creator of drugs, a doctor, and experimented on drugs. Believe it or not, I had every intention on Swamp Thing differently, maybe, perhaps, originally, but I always felt like if we're going to do Swamp Thing, that it has to be about his home, as much about his home. I feel like the environment has the ingredients for the laughing gas, for the Joker's drug, has the ingredients for fear gas. I feel like that if there's a place where you could have it all, the ingredients for these drugs for villains, it would be the Swamp Thing's home. So I always felt like there would be room for Swamp Thing for sure, and at some point. But I looked at like connecting that way, pharmaceutically though, originally. But but when I was working on Scarecrow and their connection, he um well, it's very like traumatic story of someone who is not just smart but also weaponizing their trauma. So it's and like holding back a lot of this, but has had encounters. I mean, Vicky Vale on the news, the politics, and just building up for his big entrance into vengeance. And I always knew that in his movie, that Harley Quinn, I wanted Margaret Robbie Harley. I was gonna ask her if she, or possibly, if not Margaret, I was gonna cast either find someone else that would potentially play Harley Quinn. So cast someone to play Harley Quinn before she becomes Harley Quinn, because I felt like in his movie there is going to be, I was going to have it open up probably with the traumatic experience that he went through. I saw him as a kid nailed up in a crossfield. Um, Nails like he's nailed to a cross like Jesus. And I saw that it was one of the first images that I knew that he went through a lot. I mean, a lot from his parents being obsessed with pharmaceuticals themselves, his father also being, a doctor and abusive, and his mother being abusive on drugs. And I even saw his mother. basically die of drug overdose, and having him as a kid. Like I knew where he came from. I knew his traumatic. I knew that I was going to build a connection though with the character, and I knew it was going to be Vicky, future Vicky Vale in the asylum. That I was going to do something that the comics never did before, the movies never did before, and it was establish a slight potential connection that could between Vicky Vale or Arkham that where before she changes her name. I feel like she's going to change her name because no one's going to know who she is anyway. Before she's even in the orphanage, she's probably going to write her name as Vicky Vale then. So it's like as a young age to show how smart she is, and so Vicky Vale is there with might have been potentially. I don't know because I feel like it needs to be covered up because she's very secretive at the same time. So she might have I think I might give her three names. I feel like it's smart to give her three names. So it's and before the fourth, which is Lady Arkham, or the mother of the Lady Arkham of the children of Arkham. So, or Mother Arkham, you could call her too, because the children follow her. So, um, she established a connection with Jonathan Crane when she was in like trauma counseling and in the orphanage. And I always saw that there was going to be flashback scenes of their young, where these two movies were separate films, but they were going to connect and share connections from the very get-go. There were going to be elements and scenes that would be almost identical to the last film, like connecting. So that was my original idea with Lady Arkham and Scarecrow, and building onto that, and then seeing the Scarecrow come from that. But I always knew in the Scarecrow storyline, you were with Jonathan Crane, you were going to have other doctors, and I knew that Doctor Hugo Strange was going to be in the movie as well, have his first ever debut in the movies, and he was going to be basically more than likely the owner of the hospital and stuff. Like he's the lead doctor, but he's was going to be in the movie, and I knew that he was not a villain, but I knew that he wasn't like I always saw him more as if anyone in the world was going to get an idea or a hint and see what he's up to before he does it, but also not tell anyone and keep it secret for himself, it was going to be Hugo Strange. And I said, Hugo's going to see this and he's going to be intrigued, but he's not going to say anything to Jonathan or anybody. But he's going to see it. He's going to notice. He's going to catch on, and that he's up to something and sees it. And I saw that with when he's in this phase. I also saw that whoever we cast for Hugo Strange has to be up uh for like able to be like a psychological kind of doctor, like psychiatry type, because I that's also up for playing a lead villain that can have a military background for Hugo Strange. So, meaning an older man that is and has a history of fighting, that also has a beard, mustache preferably, round probably, and bald probably. So, and looking for someone who's going to fit the role of an old, odd psychiatrist doctor, and then you have Dr. Harley Quinzel, psychiatrist, which is going to also be in her movie or hit in his movie. I feel like Vicky Vale will sit in a room as well. I see that. I always saw that Hugo Strange, Harley Quinn were going to be in both Lady Arkham's movies, or both movies, Lady Arkham and a Scarecrow movie, and they were gonna be connected and staying, and it's all confidential for when it comes to Lady Arkham, for, if they're connected. And so Harley's gonna know things about her, and she might hint, like in the movie, a Scarecrow movie, that she has a patient, and then you see her in the Lady Arkham movie, in a different movie where she's actually with her patient, and then you have, and it's confidential. Then you have Hugo as well. So it's like this is before she meets the Joker. Um, so it's before she meets the Joker. And I always knew that these were going to be. And in the background, I also saw uh, uh, the Penguin, or Oswald Cobblepot, sorry, versus, you know, cast your vote for Oswald Cobblepot, cast your vote for uh, um, the White Knight, or Harvey Dent, and seeing before Harvey Dent became Two-Face, obviously. So, in watching this political warfare in the background, but not, just kind of playing with this idea where it could go later on, but starting it off like that in these movies. And so when I saw that in the background, I saw that Scarecrow and Lady Arkham. I actually wrote, several takes, rough drafts of Scarecrow and Lady Arkham. So I spent a lot I was in LAX actually when I was writing one of my uh, drafts, when I just at the airport in Los Angeles. Actually, I remember sitting at one of the tables there when I was writing it. And I still remember bits and pieces, and I don't even have it in my hands, but I just remember what I wrote, like bits and pieces, and having how I knew that there was literally gonna have kind of like this pharmaceutical feel, uh, coming from trauma. I knew he was gonna have this real approach, for his, and then just like to make it like a really good build into a really good villain. And and I knew from the get-go that his movie was also going to be connected, to Lady Arkham's movie. They were going to be connected, and I always knew that Lady Arkham was the difference with Lady Arkham is that Scarecrow is becoming a villain. He, is where he's preparing to for this his whole life in the background, and getting ready for this. She it has been doing it for some time now. That's a difference. But because I have scenes where she is uh in, like, some what I call Mad Max scenes. I have some really good ideas with her as when she is fighting, and when she does wear the doctor mask, and when she does have the children. And I do know that mine is not just associated with, I mean, she comes from Arkham. She has that whole traumatic experience that she builds up. She's also Vicky Vale, the news reporter. You wouldn't see it coming, but in broad daylight, and takes on and chases stories. And like you'd never see it coming. And I knew that she was a master at hiding who she was while being in the spotlight more. She's in the spotlight more than Bruce Wayne is because she does the news every day. She was chasing the news. And I knew that this was going to be an interesting character because I was like, she's going to Mad Max this shit. And I said, I knew that I saw things when she would put on the doctor mask. She would totally transform. And I'm talking totally fucking transforming. Where I'm talking like I saw a scene where she actually was responsible, where Batman failed to stop her, and instead of acid on the face of Harvey Dent, I created Harvey Dent's face to create Two-Face by killing him. He didn't survive, but how I did it is that I took his face to the pavement of the road. And I remember when I was writing it, I knew that she was going down the road, and she was being lowered to the chain. He was lowering from off the chain. She was lowering him off the chain, and was going to expose him for the two-faced politician that he truly was. When I saw that scene open up, and and uh, and I knew that when I wrote this in there, that I knew that first scene where that was the first action scene I wrote of hers, that I knew that this I was onto something. Like this was a Mad Max uh, action kind of like character that was brutal, symbolic, wore this doctor mask and was, fighting the Batman because the Batman believed in saving villains and she believed in taking them out instead. And she had, and so when you see this and how let's take the scene down. So I knew that she was going to be someone that, she had to be able to hide her identity. She had to be a master at what she does. And I knew that she came from a background. She stabbed her captors who raped her after the Falcone sex slave trade. Went to Arkham Asylum and went transferred to Arkham Orphanage, where she changed her name at some point. Her name was changed, and she uh, befriended Dr. Jonathan Crane. Was actually Jonathan Crane's first friend, so possibly only friend he ever had. So, and when I was writing it, and I knew that they were going to know each other, and it was going to be able to build into that, but it was going to be kept down the download. And then she had to go. She had to be connected to the children. She had to be associated with the orphanage in secrecy, and she had to do the news and be able to hide this. And I knew that instantly knew that I have to show how she hides it in the clever, and I knew like instantly like not only do you have to see the transformation and the action, but you have to see and feel how she outsmarts the Batman and keeps her identity completely a mystery. So it's like, and like Lady Arkham was just this. I was like, she needs her own movie. And I said that about Scarecrow as well. And it, these are two separate films that connect. And here's when shit gets hits the fan. It's in the third film because I had every intentions on having a Scarecrow and Lady Arkham film together because, like I said, I saw that movie poster where they were both on the same cover after their own single films. They were going to end up in a film together, and she's not going to be able to, she considers him like one of her, let's say, even though she's basically the same age as him, or even potentially a little younger, still looks at him like one of her children, like the children of the Arkham. So it's and like it is just like, but here's where things really go in a awesome direction. The third film took so many different directions when I was writing it. It changed so many times that when I was writing it, I knew that it had to be big, and I couldn't do another build-up film. I had to like speed this up. So I was like, I knew this one had to be big because I did these other two films that were partly slow at certain points that were building into the character and what the character was doing, and I already killed Harvey Dent. So it's like I was like, oh shit, partly. But here's what happens when the Scarecrow fear gas hits the city. It was my time to shine when it came to my psychological mindfuckery. I knew that this was the moment where I could take realism, how real things were, and transform it into the supervillain aspect of things while keeping it also a delusion and having it so it affects the Batman even and having these fighting scenes under the influence of this intoxicating fear gas that's also being able to mind alter people's brains in different ways with how they combat it. And it was like a giant psychological drug that was airborne and to drive people mad, and it actually doesn't get stopped. It hits the city at full blast, and she had all of her children, or the Lady Arkham. They're not affected because they all have their signature masks. There are doctor masks, which are like filters to begin with, have kind of their own filtering system. I always knew like they were going to be able to be, even if they weren't aware, they were still going to be able to. And I knew that I saw her, and I saw her, but I also saw Scarecrow, and I also saw like a way to do Two-Face a little bit different, but by being dead in scenes, but also because I forgot to tell you that I also had Selena Kyle uh, in the movie, a Lady Arkham movie, dating Harvey Dent. So she was dating Harvey Dent and the Catwoman. So uh, in in having these connections and having her, so she is driven. I knew that she was gonna be, the fear, the rise was gonna bring her back to life. The high, like it was gonna affect her different. And I knew that she was gonna. I saw a scene where she was dead on the ground. I saw like things start to change, like from realism to almost a creepy tone of Tim Burton style transformation into like being able to turn it into uh, a different tone through the drug. So, and I thought I could have some fun and interest and do things there, but I don't know. Maybe people won't like it, maybe will, but it's like it was a thing where you could have an actor and do Clayface and build up in that direction. But I also saw a spin-off movie before all this happened, and I I always saw Dave Bautista as Bane, believe it or not, as playing Bane in at some point. As I also saw, as I also saw Hugo Strange, the same actor that played Hugo Strange in my Scarecrow movie, and I also saw casting um a someone to play Mr. Freeze as well. Okay, so here's the idea. When I was writing this script, it first started off in a diner. The diner had a had a veteran military guy come in, all suited up, just made it home, gets to see his wife and baby daughter. You know, I some drafts had I gave him a daughter, some I didn't. But uh, they're at the dinner table. Vicky Vale on the news, popular macho wrestler, missing, and it's like this big guy. It's like I always saw that on the news, missing, and I saw like uh him having dinner with his wife, and then when they get up to leave the diner, uh Hugo Strange was gonna be waiting for them, and he's gonna abduct them, drug both him and his wife, throw them in the back of his uh, potentially stolen ambulance or a van or something. But I got a couple ideas, perhaps. But and this is where the movie starts to go out of Gotham, because most of this movie does not take place in Gotham or Arkham. And now you're chained up in like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film. You're chained up, but you're also chained up to the legendary uh, Bane, who Dave Bautista plays. You have someone else that's the familiar, the person that went missing. You wake up there, you see someone, a lady there trapped as well, and this is where I was like, I have myself a multi-origin film brewing here, where I could tell more than one origin, and because and I knew that Hugo Strange was obsessed with with even with his patients and what he had discovered. And that I knew that his cabin in my mind, his torturing cabin, his cabin out in the middle of the woods was none other near the swamp itself that the Swamp Thing was very much associated with. When I was making this script, I knew that this cabin had to be nearby, and I knew this was Hugo Strange's cabin, or he was doing these experiments in his cabin, out near where basically the creature commandos would eventually assemble. It, in Swamp Thing, and where they're all at. and where they're collecting these things. And so when I was writing that script, I knew that I was on to a reinvention. I thought this was the cleverest damn idea for a DC movie because I saw a little girl in a jar covered in plants. I saw a failed poison ivy experiment in the background. I saw like basically prototype dead human beings that were prototypes, including Mr. Freeze's freaking wife becomes one of those dead prototypes. That military guy becomes Mr. Freeze and becomes one of Hugo Strange's successful experiments in the movie by the end of the movie. And you watch this horrific jigsaw psychopath, doctor, experiment on them and to make supervillains. And I was like, this is R rated. This shit is R rated. This is a straight up torturous horror film based on the creation of more than one villain at once out near this place. And I knew when they broke out, and I had where I took Jonathan Crane's drug and actually turned it into the fear into a steroid elements and hooked it up to Bane. And I was like, Bane is gonna be souped up and have to be dependent on it. The difference, like, I was like, he has to have this or he's going to die, and he's like constantly connected with this. And I knew that if they escape the cabin, they're gonna find themselves out in the middle of a fucking wood section that they're gonna walk right into the swamp. And so it was like Bane and Mr. Freeze isn't going to be able to go out there. I felt like Mr. Freeze it was going to be different because I felt like Bane was going to leave Mr. Freeze and Mr. Freeze was going to adapt and he was going to find a way from inside the facility to rise. And then I saw a Poison Ivy, a successful Poison Ivy creation where she literally commands plants demonically. And I saw that the successful entity there where she is able to literally these plants. And I was like, dude. And I was like, this is creepy as fuck. And how this is adapting and where this is going. And from all these failed prototypes and in seeing, you know, him with past video footage of a former Dr. Jonathan Crane working on his experiments. Like I said, I knew that he knew what Jonathan Crane was working on this whole time. And I had every intention on this movie before I even thought of the Scarecrow, or wrote the Scarecrow. And I knew I was saving this one for a different because I wanted to make sure I could make this fit and where these elements were coming from. The drug elements are coming from the swamp, by the way. There is a place for the resources, and it's pissing off the swamp there actually from the taking it because the guy who becomes a swamp thing, there's swamp like I'm assuming James is doing the family version or not the family, but where there's there's more swamp things, but the difference is he protects and fights for his land, and as well, and he's toxic, and he's and so more of these other, and so when you see all this, then I knew like there could be a fight scene between the Swamp Thing and Bane, like Batista versus the Swamp Thing. I saw as Bane, and I just saw like Croc, a failed experiment, half human, half crocodile experiment in the swamp. and I was like, Croc is gonna look hideous, and he's gonna be deformed. I almost saw like literally a crocodile head fused into a human face. We're talking like really, really like gross looking croc that I was designing, and but he's also able to go down, and he's like giant and jumps up and is able also to, you know, bite the hell out of Bane's arm in a giant fighting scene, but can't penetrate his arm because it's literally that he's able to get super strength. He's able to get super strength from his drug, and so it and he's beats the living fuck, smashes his fist constantly into Croc until the crocodile's brains are bashed out its head. And I was just like, this is brutal as fuck. Because I had every also intention on making Bane, changing Bane, kind of like Arkham City, into an anti-hero kind of. Like eventually I saw him more as trying to stay out of trouble. You know, like the Hulk. You know, the Hulk gets angry, pissed. Where Bane might go on a rampage if he gets angry, but if he keeps his anger in check and is able to stand the drug, he just misses out on his glorious days of fighting because if he goes down that path, he gets angry. And so I was like, in fact, I even saw him team up with the Batman, and they were fighting alongside each other in my Batman. They were partners at one point. They were able to team up, but it's like that's later on. That's not in this movie. But they're harvesting elements. So this is what I thought about James Gunn's Swamp Thing. That, when I was looking at it and thinking, obviously, Creatures Commandos is probably going to connect to his Justice Society plans along with his future of Suicide Squad, more than likely, or characters with Creatures Commando. And Swamp Thing is a member of both. Well, I don't know about Justice Society, but I know he's a member of the Justice League, the Dark Justice League, and he's a member of Creatures Commando. So, and I was like, well, it's an environmental movie. I remember them hinting, and what I would do with the movie is, I think the monster aspect is neat. When dark universe. So his hand, like looking very earthy and being able to mesh into the earth and be camouflaged into the earth. Like I think a big effect on what his appearance should be and how he should be able to adapt to the earth or to the swamp and to the tree as well. And I almost feel like if you saw them out, because I saw some images that he was posting, that it almost could be slightly more comedic atmosphere to his horror film at times. Like if you saw like a Bigfoot family or something out in the woods, it's gonna be both scary and horrifying, right? For people might be scared and think it's slightly funny. So he's going to basically um just be very protective of his land because it was like I feel like the element, like I said, why the fuck are people going there after they poisoned, intoxicated this area, they threw toxins, abused this area? Why are they going there? And I was like, this place has pharmaceutical ingredients. that you can't get anywhere else on the planet. I had to make it special. That's in my mind. So I was like, I knew that there's going to be ingredients there, and there's going to be reasons why certain teams would be sent there to retrieve certain things. And I feel like, yeah, that's what I saw. I mean, was why would Amanda Wilder want to go there? Right? To contain him would be one reason. To weaponize him would be another, and to harness the pharmaceutical properties and elements of the swamp for, you know, pharmaceutical reasons, hinting at Scarecrow's fear gas and the Joker's laughing gas. Things like that. But I think I hit the nail on the head when I went to that whole opening scene for that movie I saw in my head with Mr. Freeze before he became Mr. Freeze with his wife coming home and missing Vicky Vale on the news saying missing, you know, um, wrestler known as Bane is missing, macho wrestler, and or whatever, and they go in a they get abducted when they leave. Like when Bruce Wayne's parents walk out of the back alley into the alleyway when they get shot. Difference is they don't get shot; they get a needle in their neck, or they get if they do they get commodosed, I think is the word, knocked the fuck out and thrown in the back of Doctor Hugo Strange's creepy van. I have an idea who I would have as Doctor Hugo Strange to play him, and he's an actor that I can't remember his name, but he played in The Walking Dead as a lead villain once. He has to be ex-military, old man ex-military that is also obviously a doctor you know with obsessions over like things like he was obsessed with the work of Dr. Jonathan Crane, who worked inside one of his hospitals, or the hospital he worked at. He has basically a experimental torture lab out in the middle of nowhere, or out in the middle of near a swamp, out in the middle of the woods, and fucking torches. A lot of his victims just end up dead. Let me in talking like a little girl in a jar as a failed poison ivy, where her eyes actually open up, like where part of the plants are keeping part of her alive, but it's considered a failed experiment. And it's like I could just see like elements of the swamp integrated into failed versions of poison ivy. Because I do think poison ivy is not going to be beautiful. I think that's absurd with the whole attraction thing. I think she is gonna not have red hair. I think she's gonna have muddy green hair that resembles the swamp, and she's gonna have like, if you smeared green mud all over your skin and it started to dye your skin, is what it would start to do. But she would be able to command plants, possess plants like a demon possesses a human, will whisper to plants, and a has to be executed in a really creepy, awesome way. You know, where it's like a horror vibe, but also with delicacy. Like it is, she's one with the plants. Because she might even be a member of Creature Commandos. I don't know yet, but she might be. So, but I had an idea where she could have adapted and created a Hugo Strange. Bane, Poison Ivy, and Mr. Freeze were always the main creations, were the main things when I was making Doctor Hugo Strange storyline out near the swamp. And Croc. But Croco literally is a deformity waiting outside their doorstep that is a deformed human. That's a deformed human crocodile hybrid. Could be considered a failed version of Croc if you think about it. And he basically saying that he created Croc, you could say. But he basically Bane kills it because it leads to an escape. Yeah, and Bane would live. Because, like I said, I would have Bane uh, end up going back to Gotham and just struggle with his disorder and even eventually, shortly, for a short time, even team up with the Batman. Yeah, so that's that spin-off and the Scarecrow, very real type vibe that confidential. You know, Harley Quinn is, you know, a psychiatrist, so she keeps things under the radar. She's gonna be have some screen time for sure, and Scarecrow before she's turned into, you know, transformed by the Joker, and Hugo is going to be basically a fan of Jonathan Crane's, which Jonathan Crane's a lot younger than him, but to keep that in mind. So it's kind of like, you know, fatherly support, but also like, yeah, make this drug so I could, you know, use it, you know, in his secret lab out in the middle of the woods, swamp, I should say. Which maybe you could turn that whole movie that I just said into bits and clips and throw it on a monitor and hide a movie within it and just show, like, I think I got ideas where you basically can have that going on. You can have a scene with Vicky Vale on the news during a diner before the abduction, and even see the abduction, even see them wake up inside the Scarecrow's movie, so you can get an idea and taste of, Doctor Hugo Strange, and you know, or just to cancel that movie and just completely write that movie into the Scarecrow's movie while Scarecrow is. But that takes away from the realism. That's part of the problem with that. The Scarecrow realism, the extra realism that I was aiming for the Scarecrow is like the Joker with uh, Phoenix, type realism. But coming back from a traumatic history and an obsession with pharmaceutical experiments, and uh, I can even see him venturing off. He might even be associated, if with, yeah, he might even have. Yeah, never mind. I cut that out. Never mind. I'm going to say that, but I do see that he does harness uh, plant life and bugs life uh, in the swamp where the Swamp Thing lives. But there ain't the Swamp Thing ain't in this movie. But it'll show you the location of this place in the film where he harnesses while he's weaponing and creating this drug. He's going to, you'll see a flashback where he is having a conversation with Vicky Vale. He knows her, and he's going to drug Falcone in his prison cell and torment him from the inside of a prison cell. It's going to make police officers kill themselves, even all sorts of brutality stuff. And he's no joke. He's gonna really change, make some things interesting. Then Lady Arkham will be. Yeah, I just feel like repeating myself. There's a lot of like interesting elements though. But it's not hard because it's like the basic, it's like not rocket science to create this stuff. It's not like I'm working on Earth Spill or an entire universe. Believe it or not, the Batman or DC is a lot easier and simple because you just gotta focus on uh, transformation, trauma, uh, what you want out of the character, the atmosphere. So you have less to think about. And it's just like, it's a simple, what I consider simple. Ideas of who could play Lady Arkham. Right now, I got ideas. I do. I got a couple ideas in my head, but they're going to be very physically demanding. So they might need a stunt actor for some of the stuff, because like the Mad Max stuff, level type stuff. She's a victim, a secret victim, a victim that no one knows or recalls as, and changed her name. always want to cast someone new. But I do have, if I am going to use a big name and that could join the cast, I actually think, is her name Anna Taylor-Joy? She'd make an excellent Vicky Vale. She'd be one of them, one of the candidates. That could totally be a reporter during the day. What's up, buddy? And put on the doctor mask. Tear Harvey Dent's face off. Part of it. Knock Catwoman out the window before she's Catwoman. Or, yeah, the cat burglar out the window. Kill Red Mask. Or Black Mask. A version of Black Mask. I have like an idea or a brutal fest of characters that she straight up killed. Hear about it. I actually thought about Red Mask, Red Hood, and wondering where the hell that mask came from originally, because it eventually went on to the Joker, and then it went over to the Red Hood character. I believe it was one of the versions of Bane or Nightwing or something. I recall. I think there's a lot of different possibilities where you can go with that. But if I can, I would offer the role for Harley Quinn. Actually, I'd offer the role for ask if Margaret was interested in returning to play a more down to earth version of her character with interest to have her play her character before she transformed. At least for the Lady Arkham and Scarecrow movie. She wouldn't be the Harley Quinn that you know. She'd be before she met the Joker. That she could have possibly even had a short romantic connection with Jonathan Crane, so she had connections with being with weirdos, you could say. Yeah, I like that because I think it's also open for interpretation of if it's a prequel to the Suicide Squad or not. I mean, it can be, and it also cannot be because it's not either. But it could be, it could not be. It's because none of it, like Scarecrow and all that stuff. None of these characters were in any of the Suicide Squad or stuff movies. There's in the Scarecrow movie and Lady Arkham movie. Like the Scarecrow would have uh, Jonathan Crane, Harley Quinn, Vicky Vale would make appearances. Manda Welder will probably make an appearance as well as maybe Lex Luthor might make an appearance, but I'd have several less smaller scenes with people who are associated with teams or team building. Probably not. I don't know. It's questionable. Like want something to ruin the movie. If I did, I have to do it in secret, away from like they can't be present with Harley Quinn, for example. They have to be like associated more with Doctor Hugo Strange, I think, and his secret lab. Like we're familiar with what you've been doing. Could be like a hint towards his movie with Bane and uh, Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy and Croc experiments with Swamp Thing in the movie. So that's 4 films right there. The Scarecrow standalone movie, the Lady Arkham standalone movie, and Mad Scientist, Jigsaw Mad Scientist, Supervillain Maker, Doctor Hugo Strange movie. And then the last movie, the Scarecrow and Lady Arkham team. I do have a movie for the Joker and Harley Quinn that would connect to how they met more before when their first scenes, and then the other movies showing a couple additional scenes and going in a different direction with uh, or showing where they could end up going, because I also felt like the Joker, if I don't know what Joker we're using, remaking the Joker, or if we're using Jared Leto, then I would probably have him uh, start off with as the Red Hood. I think he would be ideal for the version that Mark Hamill played when it comes to the Killing Joke, but in why he became a gang leader. The difference is that it would change up a bit after the loss of his child and wife. He would adapt to, and he would keep it all hushed up in secret. But he would adapt to the gang life and all these tattoos, and he would uh, rise in ranks. So you have to be able to tell a story that will show you that his Joker is why his Joker wants to have a family, why he's obsessed, but also doesn't want to be obsessed with Harley Quinn, and and where it takes him, and also tell the story of how he got all these big ass gangs to basically submit to him. While being called the Joker, dressed like a clown, full of tattoos. Buddy. I mean, there's material there for a hell of a movie. There's definitely material right there for a prequel and stuff. But of that, there's also, like I said, my Scarecrow, Lady Arkham. But those are more finished than the Joker. And the way the Joker is not going to be hard to write anyway, if if you're going off the Jared Leto Joker, because I think it's already written. It'll write itself because you know that he wants a family. You know that he hid that from Harley Quinn. You know that he didn't just lose his wife, he lost his unborn child. You know that he was associated with the gang life. He was a failed comedian. He would still stay. And you know that he would wear the red hood and fall into the pharmaceuticals. And you know he would come out on top and take over the gangs that were partly responsible. And he would challenge the Batman at the same time as, looking at this clown that's like literally challenging the Batman, calling the Batman out. And that would all happen before he even met Harley Quinn. Because when he gets caught by the Batman, he gets sent to Arkham Asylum where he actually meets Harley Quinn before he breaks out. I kind of feel like that's already written in a way in the background, so I'm trying not to fall asleep, but maybe I should just fall asleep. So Dune 2 was something. I saw that. I was kind of like, it was really sad, the ending. I mean, it was a hell of a movie, but like, I don't know what happened to Zendaya's character and watching her, rise up made me, I mean, I'm not that I did it already, but made me like actually even love her even more. I thought it was just a brilliant performance, and I watched The Walking Dead yesterday. Just actually really good too. It was like sad. I think I don't know. Where is I have an idea. I do predict that Alexandria will get exposed because if they're gonna go into a season 2 with this, they're gonna have to raise the stakes, and I think that it would get exposed, and it would become like a narrative about that one way or another, whatever they decide to take. It's another version. Because if they kill one of the characters and it ends up where one of them dies, then it will probably end with them trapped there, the other one trapped there, and maybe hearing from Morgan at the end. And then season 2 would probably be the last. But I'm assuming that they're going to make it more happier. Not at the end of season 1, but they're going to have Rick and where both of them survive. Rick and Michonne season 1, but they threaten Alexandria, and Morgan probably still reaches out to them in the last episode of season 1. They end up connecting. So season 2, Morgan will be in it, and they'll be fighting to save Alexandria. Yep. This is a prediction. So much for that F16 drug. They don't really tell you where you're supposed to submit shit. Like, who's real, who's not online. So many fake people, it's hard to tell who's real. Again, if it's just text, even if I wanted to submit my writings, which part of me still doesn't, part of me doesn't want to. It doesn't feel right yet the whole entire time for certain things, but I could just give bits and pieces of ideas of things out there. I'm thinking about doing it though, still, even though going up against that instinct. I feel like if I could just be giving it away and no one will ever know. I give it away at the wrong time and then regret it some way format. I drew a fucked up picture today too, or like a hairy monster thing. Waiting for this fucking Crisis Core in the mail. It's cheaper than buying it digitally. I won't be able to stream that on YouTube because I got that for Xbox, so They didn't have a PlayStation version, so I'll be forced to stream it on Twitch because Xbox does not have the luxury of streaming it. I mean, because the Zack character, I don't know who he is. I've read seen a couple things. So Crisis Core feels like it's necessary. I need to play Crisis Core before I finish this or even start this. I started it already, and I was like, the way it opened up makes me think I have to play Crisis Core. So before I play that, and to be honest, I don't even know if I'm gonna finish Final Fantasy 16 because I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not really interested in playing it. I'm, mostly not interested. I mean, there's a couple things I like playing the monster fights, or when I'm running around in this landscape, I'm kind of bored. I'm the guy that got bored playing The Witcher 3, though. I actually thought The Witcher 3 was boring as shit. I thought Red Dead Redemption 2 was boring also. In fact, the only Rockstar game that I've ever liked and finished. I mean, I've liked more than one, but the only one I ever finished was Red Dead Redemption 1. As a whole campaign and DLC. I played and beat the entire main campaign and the DLC campaign where I played as his son, and I played the entire DLC where you play as associated with the zombie apocalypse that occurs. They don't even have zombies, I don't think, in Red Dead 2. Red Dead Redemption 2. That is one element. And basically, Red Dead Redemption 2 is just a prequel. It's just a prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1. Last time I checked, but I don't know. Never finished it. Probably never will. Bully. I've played Bully. I finished that. Another Rockstar game. Played it late. Actually, I played it last year for the first time. Bully. And then LA Noire. I actually like LA Noire. Elements of it kind of remind me of true crime, but with investigation, it's all right. Play a detective, run around and do things, but over time it starts to get boring. Like maybe one day. I mean, I played and beat Mafia 2, which is a 2K game, which 2K owns Rockstar, so this is the only Mafia game I ever finished was Mafia 2. But didn't 2K also do The Darkness? I never finished The Darkness 1, but I finished and beat The Darkness 2. I played The Darkness 2 first. That's why. Partly why. The 2K games go probably my all-time favorites that I can think of off the top of my head. Probably like Bioshock 2, Bioshock Infinite, which I played and beat every single one of those. At least all the main campaigns. I mean, I never played the DLC to Bioshock Infinite, which I partly feel like I probably should have, because it goes back down to Rapture. And as the Batman Arkham games go, the Joker dies in Arkham City. I don't know if I beat Arkham City or not. Cause I don't know where the fuck I left off because I might have beaten the main story at Arkham City. Then there's all these other things you could do. I actually think Arkham City is probably the best Arkham game. I just didn't really, potentially, like the way they do all that. But Arkham Asylum is the only game I like completed. Like I played the hell out of that game on the 360. And I never had Arkham Origin. I played it for a couple moments on, I think, PlayStation 3 Cloud. It was a PS3 Cloud game on here, and thought it was okay. What I played of it, but never went back to it. And then Arkham Knight, I didn't like it. It was the first Batman game I played out, at least out of the Arkham games. It's definitely my least favorite for sure. It was boring as fuck and highly disappointing. Because in my mind, the Scarecrow in that universe was already dead, and the Scarecrow in Arkham Knight has one good scene. That's it in the beginning when he takes over the cops to make them see zombies and shit. After that, it's like most of the game when you see the ghost of the Joker and stuff like that is just feels old. And the running around the Batmobile like as a necessity gets old as well over time. But I think the Suicide Squad game looks, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't played. I never played it, so I'm not gonna judge. But it does look like it might be all right, actually. Just depending on what character you're playing, running around, and depending on how what the gameplay feels like, I'm gonna guess that it probably doesn't feel the greatest. But yeah, I don't know about that one. I think my favorite game right now that I played that came out a while ago was Final Fantasy VII. I played it beat not too long ago. What's up, buddy? George here laying down on my sketch pad. Controller's dying. I'm probably about to. Well, let me still tell you. Well, I can't do this forever, but I do for a bit. But anyway, I think I'm gonna shut this down. It's a cool, secret, hidden podcast for those who have chose to listen to the rambling of a mad genius. I don't know. No, not really. I don't know. Just, I don't know. Trying to build myself up somehow. Fall back down to depression. Right? Alright. Alright. Hope everyone has a great night. Good night. If you want, leave a like if you like it. Subscribe. Modern out. Modern might change his name. For now, it's modern out. Peace.